Very important warning. Turning nudity off in settings prevents you from setting genital size on the character, me heard. Very important message. It's not the size of the genitals that matter, but rather if they are used effectively or not.
Hello, hello. Hey, hey. Welcome in. Oh my god. All the beans. Hi, Pinky. Hi, Brian. Hi, Evie. Hi, Rocket.
Very important note, you have great genitals. And are very cute. Wixels blep.
Sorry. Genitals. Oh, I love that. I have to. I know. It's good too because I don't know what to play today. It's okay, Evie. Oh, no, it's not a. It's not a typo. It's not a typo. It's a real word. Genitals. All right. How do I explain this? Genitals essentials. There you go. There you go. You're welcome. You're welcome. So I hope we are doing good. Welcome in. I kind of rushed everything here, so I'm still like a little. I hope I'm not breathing too hard because I just came back and just like just prepared everything as soon as possible. But there's one thing that I noticed when I was having breakfast this morning. It feels like it's a Asian or maybe even a Malaysian thing. Mickey woke up, how me doing? Still need follow still? All good, all good.
Kobold's horn size does not matter, but rather if they are used effectively. That said, if you mess with the kobold, you get the horns. Perhaps that is why we bully you so often, Godro concerned.
You guys want my horn so bad? I cannot believe it, you guys want my horn so bad. Oh yeah. Back to what I was saying. A thing that I mentioned this morning, I don't know, I feel like it's a little weird because I've seen some like Let's say cook. You're not getting the horn. Some cooking shows that in restaurants people will like tend to return the food that's like bad or not good in some regard, that the food is like not as good, and then they'll return it, right? But here in Malaysia, at least what I've seen this morning, or for the past few years,
hey,
actually.
Hello, remember to open up the subtitle, Thank you.
They are not open it? Where's my mouse? Okay, there it is. So yeah, this morning what happened was, hi Astro, what happened was, can I get more horns? There, that's like the mega horn. I would. Wait a second. More horns happened? None. Wait. Okay. So I was having breakfast with my family, and then there's something not good. There's something kind of bad. Something that is like one of the food went bad. Like one of the, I don't know what you call that. See it. Something. Yeah. Well, let's just say one of the food. I don't know what it is. It's like a separate than the main, like something to complement the main dish, but something that can be eaten still, spoiled. So we went to a new place essentially, and then that happened to us. Gone bad. Yeah. My dad had a food that's gone bad, and he's like, all right, well, that's the first and the last time we'll come here. And then suddenly that sentence made me realize, is it normal to do this? Like, don't we like sort of try to send it back to the kitchen and tell them that things has gone bad? You guess it's normal? Maybe. That's why I'm not too sure, and I'm sharing it. No, I don't know if it's normal. It's like one time judgment is enough. It didn't even like tell the kitchen it's something gone bad. Telling them would be cool, but not everybody does it. Honestly, true. I think it does require a lot of bravery to do that. Yeah. Maybe it's like, it's normal-ish. Maybe I should put it that way, right? Normal-ish. How are you doing today? I'm doing pretty okay. Morning's not as rough. I had 2 big cups of coffee. I gave up. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Then you have people like me who just eat it. I mean, same, honestly. I would eat that as well. It's like, don't waste food. They cook it for me. I want to eat it. I need to eat it. You know, something like that just goes through my mind saying, yeah. Mount yay for good then, despite obstacles. I'm holding on. And I'm just glad to be here. At least I can de-stress a little bit. I get to do my own thing. I get to be myself here. If I receive something that's spoiled, I usually let them know, but with no hard feelings. That's like the coolest thing ever. I wish I can do that with more confidence. Just like, hey, just a heads up, I think the cake's gone bad here. Ah. Oh, that's so cool. I need to have more bravery. I let them know after eating. I didn't even let them know. I feel bad. I feel like I don't have enough courage to talk to them because I feel like they might shit on me. Something like, huh? 这东西不好，你还吃啊？耍嗨呀，你走开呀 Something like that, you know. I'm a little terrified for them doing that. I'm scared. Hey, the plate I just emptied was moldy. Here's my money. Okay. You're not getting a horn. There's usually a lot of apologizing from the server. I just say that's totally fine. It happens. I know it's not on purpose, etc. Ooh, professionalism. I love. No horns for you still. Yeah, that's so cool. I think I think my family did like return a dish that's gone bad once. But I think since we're in such in a very rushed area, I think, and the server wasn't exactly nice. It happened once only, right? It happened once. It's very rare. It happened only once. Then my mom actually like returned the dish, and then we got kicked out for it. Yeah, even less reason to return. Yeah. That's the thing. Even less reason to return. We got kicked out. The whole family, 7 of us, got kicked out once, and I remember it so clearly. It's so funny and so scary at the same time. Because then that one dish, what do we call that? 招牌豆腐. Signature tofu. That's what we call them, right? Literal translation. Tofu gone bad, and you know how stinky that is if a tofu gone bad. Gone bad. So yeah, it's so obvious we have to return it. And then they're like, 你嫌我这边菜不好自己走，你不用这边吃走。Essentially he said something like, you don't appreciate the food here, just go away, we don't want you here. Yeah, that's about it. It's kind of it's kind of funny, to be honest, but it happens, I guess. It happened at my favorite pizza place once. They served the pizza, then one of the ingredients started to grow a little mold. I pulled it out and exchanged it for a different kind of pizza. Ooh. Careful, Roxanne, my cat's watching the screen real closely right now. I think her tail's about to get bitten. You mean that broken tail right there? The kitty's gonna bite my broken tail? No. No. I would love my tail to be intact, thank you very much. I still order from there, but I don't get that particular flavor anymore. Good flavor or more? Gave them review for their weird behavior. Well, we got kicked out. I don't think we have a chance to give them. Wow, I'm just presenting. Oh my god. Hey yo, chill. I cannot control myself. Oh my god. Hey yo. Yeah, we don't even have a chance. No online review. Online review is not really a thing in Miri, to be honest. Like, people in Miri doesn't really use internet as much, to my surprise, honestly. Like, my kind, like something like someone like me who uses the internet 24/7 is a rarity around here. Even my friends don't use PC as much. Like, I believe like 70% of the population in Miri just doesn't know much about internet. Well, they know the internet, but they don't use it as much as I do, right? I'm like the rarity here. So yeah, we usually don't look online for places. We just drive around and see where we want to go, which is kind of interesting. Multiplies and turn in your area. Oh my god. Hi Joe. Me like this game. I like this game because there's really hot dragons in there. Yeah. Oh yeah, one small thing I noticed this morning is cheesecake cool. Hi. So early. Fugur. Hi. Hello. Cheesecake cool. How was Alien Isolation? Did you pull the tail? I almost typed raid. Cheesecake. Durgan, right? Yeah, it's Durgan. I got it right. How you doing, Best Bean? Welcome in everyone for the raid. My name is Tira. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. And I do art occasionally. Welcome in. Joxer also into bear steak and bear. I'm not playing it for that particular scene, Rollins. I'm playing for the Dragonborn. I don't care about the bear steak. I don't care about that shit. I'm here all for Dragonborn. Hi, Rollins. You know, I can best bean. Nuh-uh. Oh, nuh-uh. I wanna reverse, nuh-uh. Although I'm pretty sure that my PC can handle this game while I'm opening up 3D stuff. I'm pretty sure. The bear steak scenes people are mentioning a lot. It's infamous, right? For it. Joe, ow. When the boss is serving me, I get more than other customers. I don't even get charged for the extras. It's great. Nice. Well, I have to go. Have a good stream. Goodbye. Okay, bye-bye, Fugor. Have a great day. Dragon... I mean... Yeah. Yeah. Your first playthrough of Alien Isolation? Nice. Good shit. Alien Isolation is pretty hot. I mean, very fun. I missed the previous... Oh. Wait. Sorry, something happened. Oh, I see it. Okay. I actually got thanked from the local kebab shop I go to. He said he'd been working for 8 years and then told the other employees that... yeah. I've been most loyal customer. I've been there for the whole 8 years. Kinda true. I like the curry every at least once or twice. Ooh. Only 38 devs? Only? Wow. What? It's what? I didn't say anything. You guys didn't hear... You guys heard nothing. It's illusion. I'm casting illusion spell. Illusion. You guys heard nothing. Wow. No. Illusion 100. I cast illusion spell with weight. With weight. Let's go. You like that view? What? Yeah. What? Why is that head like that? Oh, did I mess up the thing? I think I did. Let me check. I'll put it like that. Okay. Haha. Yeah, it almost worked. I'm too fast for you. I'm gonna open up Baldur's Gate. It's been like 20 minutes. I want to look at Dragonborn. I don't know if I can use 3D softwares when I'm playing Baldur's Gate. I'm pretty sure I cannot. I'm not gonna risk it. I'll become 2D. All right. If you guys want to bully me more, now is your chance because I'm gonna pause to redeem real fast, real soon. It's gonna be gone. I'm lagging. I'm still jamming. No one can stop me. Oh. No one can stop me. Are you gonna create character outside of our view with genital customization or turn the off from the start? I don't know. Maybe turning off genitals from the start would be great. Yeah. Alright, turning them off now. They're gone. Nudity is allowed, just do what you're gonna do. I mean, I'm pretty sure genitals is not allowed, right? Genitals. Okay, they are off. Remember you were scared the squirrel dropped its nut? Why am I gonna scare? Is there a squirrel in the game? Twitch doesn't like nudity when it can be avoided. Fair, true, yes. In game it is, as long as it's not sexual focus or the main part of stream. I get that. For the sake of the stream though, I will turn off nudity. You know, just to be as TOS friendly as possible. I don't want to get TOS ED. You know, I don't want to get I don't want to get this. It's kind of scary. Okay, I'm gonna become 2D now. Wait, let me open this one first. There we go, see? Double the Kobo. And now it's single. Okay, so here it is. Oh, before I forget. See, this time I didn't forget. Second tier, second tier is doing good as well. The same as the first tier, I'm pretty sure. Alright, let's close this one. Baldur, get. Let me look at them dragons, please. How funny that I was downloading this last night when I... Where? Where? I need... Huh? Can I not? Close. Oh, I have to... What? Oh, okay. But the dragon is nude? It's okay. Driver update sounds like a good idea. Update driver. If I update driver now, would I... Do I need to restart my PC? Or would it mess up everything? I believe I can upgrade it with my... Update it with my... It would crash stream. Oh, God. Well, best to do it when I'm off stream then. But need to restart PC. Okay. I think it's best to just... I'm gonna do it off stream tonight. Yeah. But still good at... It is a good idea. So do I just play? Oh. I don't even know if my PC can handle this game, honestly. Cool. I miss Larian games. I used to play Divinity so much, it's insane. Look, Divinity Original Sin 2 is great because of lizard folk, alright? I always loved my team of 4 lizard folk in the team, and everyone would just breathe fire. Everyone would just breathe fire, and I have two wizard with dual wield poison and just beat the shit out of them. And then I have 2 tanks out there with a sword and shield. So usually the team I have would just be like 2 sword and shield with Geomancer and Hydrosophist. So they can heal, they can shield their magic armor. Black screen, open eyes. You're finally awake. I know the meme now. It's from Skyrim. Did you know that Joe is very cute? Yeah. Contains mature and sensitive subject matter. You can moderate some of this content by toggling the option below. This option, among others, can be changed anytime with the option menu. Show nudity? No. Yeah? No. Hi, Vincent. gamma correction. I love games to be a little more brighter than usual. Was holding remarks on how similar this 17 origin sin. You tried to cross the border and got caught, right? No, not Skyrim. Alright, time to change a video. Can I lower the resolution? That's a no on that one. Cancel. How you doing, Vincent? VSync disabled, yeah. Oh, it's here. I thought it's this one. Let's have everything on low for now. I like a bit of texture, texture filtering, yeah. Animation level of detail. Let's have it at medium. Dynamic crowds. Allow Go to switch to more dynamic interactions when engaging otherwise primitive crowd characters. This will improve impact performance. Huh. The pores also saw the middle symbol has to be barely visible. Lighting, huh? Low. Cloud, low. Fog, low. Post-process? I don't know what this is. Anti-aliasing? No. Sharpness? Gosong. Okay. Depth of field? None. Quality? Oh, I cannot change it. God rays? Yes. Bloom? Yes. Subsurface... Whoa, wait, there's subsurface scattering? Yo! Potato gang? Yeah, I'm really gonna, like, save up money to buy a new... Like... No, Rollins, that's so sad! True, though. My life quality currently is kinda low. That's so sad, though! This game is very soft. I have it on maximum volume. Mute when inactive. Okay. Force mono. Force mono. Ah, I hate it. That post-process eats resources, but I always forget what it does. Oh, wait, it does? Post-process. Everything on terrible, right? I like Bloom and God Rays though. Oh, well, we guys are gonna hear even weirder microphone now. It's okay, don't worry about it. Maybe turning off God Rays and Bloom first and see how it goes, yeah? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it. Online visibility? Closed. Closed. So genitals. Show cinematic. Did you see? Enable to show sexual content during cinematics. Does not affect the adventure or access to romance options. Oh, share private moments. By default, certain scenes are private. It means that in multiplayer, other players can witness your private moments. Disable, you can toggle each dialogue's privacy setting. Means that you will share everything. All scenes are public and other players can listen in on your private moments and dreams. Wow. Genitals? Now I wonder how Dragonborn looks like. It's tempting. I'm gonna look at it off stream. Genitals. Whoa, wait, there's Twitch extension? No, possibly is straightforward mode. Yeah, definitely. Okay, we're good. Let's have a new game. Dragon! Tactician. I know to experience placing the story before combat. A balanced adventure full of challenging choices. Yeah.
dragon though. Dragon. Nah, I'll go balance. I'm not that good in this game. In fact, I'm fucking terrible. Let's go. What the fuck? Whoa, there's cutscenes. Oh, I forgot about this cutscene. Oh. Yeah, I remember seeing this when I first bought the game. Like when this game first came out. Damn, look at the screen tearing. I'm gonna cry. The screen tearing.
Oh my god, it's so bad. Genitals is our word of the day? Kinda. This game has genitals, I'm surprised. Oh, ugh. Oh, I forgot about. Ah, fuck, I hate the. I don't. Fucking, I hate it. I'm not looking. I know. Oh my god. Ugh, why? Oh my god, I'm not looking at it. Oh my god, I'm not. Oh, I hate it. Why does it go into? Oh fuck. Shit. Thanks, game. I forgot about this. God fucking damn it. Oh, I get to choose immediately? Well, that's a good time for me to go to bed. Have good sleep, Brian. I don't know why my model is not moving. Make food to eat. Oh my god. It would be so cute if it weren't like a time bomb for... Really? That's a time bomb for my life? Don't let the brains... No. That's not brain sig. I love how my model is not moving entirely. The Dark Urge. Whoa! My PC cannot handle the good looking. Wow! White Dragonborn sorcerer. You remember nothing but a path paved with blood. Unimaginable cruelty whispers to you from within. Can you escape it? Would you even want to? Your appearance in class can be fully customized. Oh, there's a character story? Let's look at this. Tell me about yourself.
My rancid blood whispers to me, kill, kill, and kill again. My ruined body yearns to reap death in this world. And when this foul urge calls, it possesses my whole being. Injured, beyond repair. I know nothing besides this. I must resist the dark urge, lest it consume my mind. I must discover who I was and what happened to me before my twitching knife hand writes a tragedy in blood.
I'm sorry. What? That looks too fucking good. In motion, it looks too good. Excuse me. Why is also emo? Of course he emo lah. He like the dark urge. He's trying to resist. He's trying not to kill. He's trying to remember who he was. Do I want to be this though? I don't like being sorcerer though. Can I change my job? I can pick different voices. Proficiencies, daggers, quarterstaff, light crossbow, arcana, medicine, intimidation, and persuasion. Wow, what the fuck is going on? What is all of these? Oh! Oh, hey! Wow. Will they change voice? I'm pretty sure they changed voice, yeah. I don't think you can do that now. So you're making custom or pick someone? I mean, if I want to pick someone, it's definitely the Dark Urge, but... if I can change to, like, becoming a melee wielder, then that would be great. Do you speak differently? Oh, okay, fair. Yeah.
My friends.
Okay, thanks.
Injured.
Thank you. Oh! Oh, wait, I can change. As a Dark Urge, I can change my thing? Cool. Silver? Wait, there's so many different kind of Dragonborns? Black? Oh my god, what is this? Oh, that looks so good. Oh my god. Damn, copper. Oh my god, gold. Damn, oh gosh, oh my god. Oh, they look so good. Oh my god, there's so... what? Nobody told me that there's so many different... This is Red Prince relative. No one told me there's so many different colors for Dragonborn. Gold for good reason. Alright, I'm making my own Dark Urge. Let's go. Class. Yes! What? Why there's so many? Okay, Barbarian. Strong immense one that hides inside keen instincts, primal physicality, and most of all, an unbridled, unquenchable rage. Am I still the Dark Urge? Oh, I am. Oh, the origin. Okay. Bard. The Dark Urge Bard. Yeah, dragons are too hot in this game. It's insane. The Dark Urge Cleric? Does it make sense? Channels the elemental, forces the nature to share a deep kinship with animals. Mastery of wild shape allows them to transform into beasts from all over the realms. Ooh. Have mastered art of combat, wielding weapons with unmatched skill and wearing armor like a second skin. Ooh. Monk? Channel cosmic enlightenment, deftly dodging and efficiently dissembling your foes through stunning strikes in the world with the martial art attacks. I get to punch people? Okay. Paladin. Fueled by the oath you swore to uphold justice and righteousness, you are a beacon of hope in dark times, and I'm the Dark Urge. Also, other bonking stuff, but also punch. Ooh. Ranger? Nah, I never really like playing bow and arrow in games like this, to be honest. Wait, is that a different kind of bow? Nah, the bow is the same. Okay. Sorcerer? Okay, so this is like the basic. Well, not the basic, but the first one, the first choice for the Dark Urge. What's the difference between Sorcerer and Warlock? Bound by a pack and all-powerful patron, Warlock trade their loyalty for supernatural abilities and unique magic. Natural spellcasters drawing on inherent magic from a gift or bloodline. Ah. So this one is just magic. This one has friend on the other side, I think. Wizard. That's kind of cool. Master of Arcane by specializing in individual schools of magic, combining ancient spells with modern research. There are very many different kinds of bows out there. Wait, neither the droid being the most obvious one. Ah, shit. I only know the difference between wooden bow and composite bow. I'm very inclined to do a monk. Background hunted one. A wicked moment, person, or thing that cannot be slain by sword or spell haunts your mind and flickers in your peripheral vision. You carry it wherever your adventure tasks you, or perhaps it carries you. Skills: medicine, intimidation. Be a bully, threaten and induce fear. What's monk do? Punch. There are very many different kinds of bow. What? No artificer, L mechanic. I don't know what that is. Oh wow. Okay. No intelligence. I'm a dum-dum. Can I change like oh non-binary other? Wow, that's cool. You know, NB? Dragon Slim Close Combat? Dragon Slim Close Combat. Yeah, non-binary is here, I'm surprised. Hell yeah.
Where to next?
What was that?
Let's hope the locals are friendly.
Hells. Something just woke up down here.
Oh, I can't like this.
Be wary.
It's opened.
More of those.
There's magic keeping this chest sealed.
Where to next?
What was...
Let's hope the
Hells.
Be wary. This place is trapped.
It's opened.
It's
wonder what's
open.
back there.
It's opened. Head 2. Oh! Wait, is this a helmet or... No genital option. Voice 4 is the nicest. I can see a lot of people choosing voice 4. Cool. Oh, there's more to choose here. Oh my god. Oh, curved horn. Oh my god. Ooh, the mane though. Ooh, the hair. Ooh. Obsidian. Let's go. Curved horns. Ooh, yeah. Looking at frills, it reminds me of something. Make a red prince. I'm not gonna make a red prince. You can make a red prince. I want to make OC. Nah, not OC. Yeah, I kind of want to make a frill lizard of my own. A character, if you will. They'll be the 5th if I do make it. Still debating whether if I want to make it or not. But I'm very close to making one. I love frill lizards. Damn, nothing beats a good old curved horns, huh? God, this one is also good. Is that a different one here? It looks different. Oh. Oh, it's just face shape different. This one is more serious, right? I mean, yeah. God. How this game looks too good. Chin tickle. Chin tickle. Look at that. I'm probably gonna be here for a bit. No chin attachment. Boring. I want something, everything. Double spikes? More spikes? Ooh, this one looks fierce. But I like this one. I'm taking this one. No jaw attachment. Oh. Oh wow. Oh my god. So many spikes. Oh, this one is like big spikes. Dragon glass, yo, shark fins. Cool, but not a fan. Now this is mega spike. Coral ridges. Porcupine chops. Whoa. It's so cool. Everything looks good. Royal Plateau. Wow. Wow. I want Royal Plateau. Okay, this one it is. Skin color. Whoa. Oh my god. Oh. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Excuse me, what the f... Whoa. Luminescent? Okay, enable all... This is good though. They're all skin colors. But I'm a gold. It's okay. I'll remain gold. But this one is like wow. Damn, I love this for the for like the luminescent one. Looks like some reflective. It's reflective. I mean, it's not necessarily reflective, but it's like, yeah, like I said, luminescent. Oh, this one has a shade of pink to it though. I mean, this one is. This one is okay. This one or this one? 8 or 6? Ooh, they're both so good. Actually, they're all so good. Spin. I cannot decide. I cannot decide. I'm choosing this one. How does the clothing work in terms of seams? I don't know. Body art? Piercing? What? I don't see any changes. It's a pebble. I might be. Oh, the hand looks so good. Damn, oh my god. What's piercing? I mean, I know what piercing is, but where? I don't know. Heterocuro allows the selection of 2 different eye colors. Oh. I can choose different eye color. This is like. Oh. Oh my god. Oh. Yo, I get 2 different shades of purple? Yes. Yeah. Oh my god. I'll take it. Makeup? Ooh, okay. So makeup is mostly on lip tint. A rare case of the eyes not just being completely different color. I mean, I don't know. I feel like being a completely different color for both eyes looks a little weird to me. A different shade is fine. I don't see much difference, to be honest. But this one, I said it's either this one or this one, or even this one. The rest I've seen, like it's not good. This one is too much. Yellow and red eye. Hey, I can respect that. Oh, I can change the makeup color. Oh, more purple, more purple. Pink, pink. Oh, this intensity. Okay, not that much, not that much. 69. Nice. Teal. Ooh. Oh, wait. Teal complements the face so much. I know it just sort of makes the eye pop a little bit, don't you think? I think teal makes the eye pop. Ooh. 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 Like bright teal, that is, makes the eye pop. The slightly darker teal, this or this one, or this one. I think this one is too like samey to the face. Either this or this. This one might be a little too obvious. Yellowish is, you know, matched with the crown. I don't like that. Gren? Ooh, good. Ooh, Gren is also good though. Ooh, there's so many good choices. Milk chocolate? Milk chocolate? Okay, I'm in love with this Gren. Okay, this Gren it is. How's the like? Yeah, 69 looks good enough. Yeah, ooh, Gren is good. Is there lip tint? Oh, nah, I'm not about that. Yeah, green is good. I'm taking it. Tail. All right, now we're in. We are in. There is tail. Oh, there's tail. I'm gonna cry. Oh my god, they all look so fucking good. I'm gonna cry. Yeah. They're all so good. This one is a little chunkier. I'm taking this one. Yeah. Oh. Yes. Yeah. Is that it? Skill proficiencies. What? I can change this? Represents whenever you are trained in a weapon type, tool, or skill. Provides a bonus to associated rolls, making you more likely to succeed. Oh, I can only choose 2 in some of these. Chunky. Religion? Nah, I'm atheist. Insight? Read people's and situations. Detect lies. Ooh, I like this. Die roll preparation. Oh, these are all for die rolls. Okay. History? I'm not about history. Remember the past of the world and its people. Nah. Athletics. Helps you shove and resist being shoved. I can shove people? Keep your balance land on your feet. Helps you resist being shoved. I mean, I guess? Alright. I think that's it, right? Man, this took a while. Proceed! Become cat by always landing on feet. You have idea? What idea do you have? Fire Blast? Flurry of Blows? Punch twice in quick succession. That's no Flurry of Blows. I'll take it. I'm able to punch twice. I'll take it. I'm gonna proceed. I'm proceeding now. I don't know what your idea is. The character name? Ooh. I just realized the name is... The character does not fit the Dark Urge. For the sake of the origin, I'm not gonna change the character name. We are playing as the Dark Urge. The Light Urge who dark. God damn, you convinced me. You convinced me. Like the Light Urge who. Oh, I cannot. The Light Urge. The Light Urge dark. I cannot. There's limitations. Fireball Greg. Huh? No. What? Lance is playing Trove? Damn, it's been a long time since I last played the game. Now, okay, you know, just remain the Dark Urge because there's limitations. A little sad about it, but it's okay. All right, the Dark Urge it is. We're going in.
You need a guardian. Choose one.
I can have a guardian. I cannot have a Dragonborn guardian? A bull? Where's Kobo? Dwarf. You for dwarf? Oh, that looks weird. Why is these Gitianki? It's for you can't make it turn. What the fuck? This game sucks. What do you mean? Alright, dwarf it is. Sub race. Gold dwarf, shield dwarf, Dwargar. Once enslaved by the Eldritch Mind Flayers, Dwargar adapted to freedom with harsh practicality. The cold demeanors and gift of stealth are well known throughout the Underdark. Gold? I mean, gold looks good. Gold sounds good. But the confidence and keen intuition. The culture of their deep kingdom values family, ritual, and fine craftsmanship. Fine craftsmanship? God, there's no Dragonborn!
Remarkable.
Good luck.
Follow your instinct.
Remarkable. Truly.
Follow your instincts. Don't be afraid.
Gold dwarf to match your gold dragon. It's better than Dragonborn is... No! Nuh-uh. Maturity? You can become old. Freckle quantity? I cannot see it because my PC is like dying. Freckle intensity? Vitiligo pigmentation? Whoa! No, thank you. No, thank you. Is it bad that I have no interest in making this one because it's not the Dragonborn?
Praise the dwarf, whatever noise it is they make. I think they just talk. LK.
This one looks demonic. silver gold gala. I don't know what the piercing is, but I'm taking silver gold gala because it's silver and gold. Nice. Sure. This is how much I don't care. I feel bad, but at the same time, I cannot lie to my own feelings. I really just want a Dragonborn here. A guardian cannot be made a Dragonborn is like the worst thing ever. So I can have like a full team of 4 Dragonborns now? Fine. Ooh, what is this? There's a little horn on that. No, I'm taking this one. Is this blonde? Isn't blonde like gold? I just feel like if hair is of too high saturation, I don't really like hair with like at least in this game it feels like. Boop. That's a boop. Boop boop. Okay, boop boop. Facial hair. Oh damn. Oh. Let's go beard. The game gave up? I think the game gave up. Oh, there you go. Alright, all good. Okay, no fish. Okay. Venture forth, alright? Venture forth. It looks too normal. Actually, this fits. Ah, magnifique. Oui, oui. Look at that. It fits. Look at that. I'm taking this one. I don't care. Ah, magnifique. Oui, oui. Venture forth. Oh, fuck. It's you again. I forgot about you. Why are you still here? What is that thing? What is this thing? What do you call octopus? Squid? Oh damn, that's kind of cool. It's a squid! It just whoa. Game very good at explaining things. A Gibby for good luck on your adventure. I'll take it, thank you. It's not exclamation mark Gibby. It's something else, but very close. Oh, not that one. Oh, why would you do that? Oh my god. What the fuck? Oh, that is actually mega scary. That is actually mega scary. What the fuck? Dragon! Oh, dragon's cool. Oh. Oh. That looks so good. What? Oh, that's so cool. Hello? You can just teleport like that? Like, alright, boing, that's it. God, it's so cool. I'm surprised my PC is holding on. Oh god, Mayday. God, the dragon looks so good, I'm gonna cry. Uh-oh. Damn. I love the dragons. Blue the Dragon Lord. Hi. There'll be a big bar dragon to take me away. Hey, play this game. You can make your own big bar dragon if you want. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. This looks like a character of great significance. Since the cutscene is sort of like looking at her a lot. Demons? Damn. We need a Doomslayer. What is even going on in this game? I have no idea what's going on and I am mega fascinated. I don't know what's going on. I'm loving every single moment of this. Am I playing? And it's me. Oh, the dragon looks so good. Oh my god.
The blood in your head thrums and pounds. That pounding blood obscures who you are. An overwhelming loss of memory. How you ended up amidst these hellish flames is just as hidden. You have nothing in your skull, besides your name and a headache. But you are in danger.
Curse whoever did this to you. Say your name aloud. You have a part of yourself. Take a deep breath, shake your head, and start anew. Why? Why? Say your name aloud. You have a part of yourself, I guess. Hey, I have a name. It's called the Dark Urge. That's not my name. Oh god. Oh no, what's going on? That's not my name. I'm gonna say my name.
The Dark Urge. Whatever that is you.
What if I change my name to something else?
Back the truth. But first you have to claw your way out of here.
Oh god, what if I change my... What if I say my name is Beep Beep Poo Poo? My name is Beep Beep Poo Poo? Oh my god, I think the game is running like dog shit right now. Yeah, the game is running like sort of a dog shit. It's okay, it works. Home, center camera. Duplicate portrait to center camera. So...
Let's get going. I've got a long road ahead. Someone else got out.
Me? Oh, is that not my... Oh, this is mine?
Might be other survivors.
Oh, is this mine?
Might still be stuck inside if we hadn't been attacked.
Cool. No, you're someone. You're not someone. What? Sorry, I got confused.
How much further can I go?
I don't know. Can you guys hear the game? It might be a little soft, but I'm not too sure. Mind Flayer. Mind Flayer. Anyone can squeeze blood from a stone if the edge is sharp enough. Take all.
Dead. Good.
Good. Good. Restoration.
Put my hands on everything. Odd. I feel better.
Better. Sphincter. Sphincter. Okay. Look. God, that looks wrong. Oh my god. Okay. Guess we are going in sphincter. Alright. Can I not walk with WASD or something else? No, right? Who the fuck is talking? Why is this game scary? I hate it. I mean, I love it, but I'm scared. Goblin? Gold. Mine. I'm gold. Mine. Guess we're going sphincter. Ranger? Ranger? Me like scary alone at 2 AM? I'll be scared. Rune slate. Vicious chair? Is it? Yo! It's my chair now. D&D's franchise known for dark things. Oh yeah, speaking of dark things, just now when the tentacle just touched, they touched things and then they became dust and get teleported into this vessel. That concept is mega scary to me. And seeing it in action actually makes me like feared, you know, feared. I am actually like mega scared of it. That shit is scary to me, very scary. Might be even traumatizing. Neuro apparatus? Were you talking? What? Were you talking? No. Shut the fuck up, I'm not gonna do that. Can I just kill you instead? Hi. Ooh.
Yes, you've come to save us from this place. This place you'll free us.
Exposed brain quivers in expectation.
Please. Before they return. They return.
Who am I talking to? A man or a man or a brain? I think you're past the point of saving. Tell me what to do. You sound afraid. Why? I mean, I know why. Those things can touch you with a tentacle and then just disintegrates into dust. I think you're past the point of saving. Just tell me what to do. I need to get out.
Remove us from this body. From this case. Free us. Please.
What? Inspect the exposed brain. Break the skull. Gently prise the brain from the skull. Don't like wiggly brains. I don't like things like this. It makes me gag. It actually makes me gag. Looked like disintegrated dust was then being teleported the ship into the pot. Yeah. You monk, you good at dex. I shall try dex. Oh god, oh fuck, okay. Skill check. Some dialogue options require a skill check. A dice roll that must meet or exceed a target number. Your character skills add a bonus to this roll. Ooh. Difficulty. Oh, I need to get 10. I roll. Oh, is this like a D20? Is this what they call D20? Oh, that looks so cool. I never played stuff like this. Yes? Oh my god. Alright, I'm rolling. Oh. Oh, critical failure? Is this... Oh, is critical fail different than fail? Please don't tell me that. That's way too lucky. Or unlucky. Is it different from a... I messed up? 1 and 20 are crits? Oh no, it's different! Well, goodbye brain. Sorry about that. Your brain is gone now. Oh no. oh no. Oh, chill, don't do it. Oh, sorry, man.
The brain won't budge.
Yeah. It's like that. I cannot. A skill issue? Well, yeah. Clearly, a very in plain sight skill issue. Who am I talking to? A man or a brain?
A newborn. Born new from this husk.
You realize you're talking to an intellect devourer, a minion of the mind flayers who abducted you.
Oh. Oh, then if taking out the brain's a bad idea, then. A minion of the mind flayer. Those squid creatures are mind flayers, right? Kill them! Kill! Yeah, so sorry. This is not Twitch. This is not TOS, right? There you go. Destroy every single thing like that. There, get out of here. Don't even try me, man. I'm too clever. That's pressing... Oh, there it is. Okay, pressing alternate still works. Mind Sanctuary. Curious.
Brains.
Brains? Sadness? It's not sadness. They are scary creatures, right?
Doesn't do anything.
Where'd I go? Oh my god, okay, wait. My brain is getting jumbled out. I need to change the keybinds. Q to E, E to Q. Yes. And then E to Q. There, okay. Ah, there it is. Ah, this feels so much better. Oh. Oh, I came from there. Mind flayers are bad, right? I'm supposed to kill them. I mean, they abducted me.
Doesn't do anything.
They even put one in my brain. I might have to destroy myself. Well, might. Eldritch Tablet.
1,000 years of humanoid history. Elves, dwarves, humans, and more flash behind your eyes.
Behind? What the fuck?
Mind flayer horticulture.
Oh. Oh, dragon! Don't leave me, I'm a dragon as well. Well, dragonborn. Oh. Oh. What do I try to do?
Abomination. This is your end.
Who the fuck are you?
Your head throbs and your skin tingles. Visions rush past. A dragon's wing, a silver sword. and a flash of your face seen through the strange woman's eyes.
What?
My head. What is this?
What?
Skvar. You are no thrall. Vlaakith blesses me this day. Together, we might survive.
What? How do you... What makes you trust me that quickly? What happened? I have no... What happened? I don't know what's going on. You are no thrall. Thrall? What's a thrall? What made you think I was a thrall? Who are you? We need to figure out where we are. What do you suggest? What made you think I was a thrall? Because you're not thrall. What's a thrall? What's a thrall? I will shut the fuck up about thralls. Who are you?
Who am I? Your only chance of survival.
Huh? You know I can punch you, right? Lazel. We need to figure out where we are. That's kind of dumb. We're in a squid ship. What do you suggest?
First, we exterminate the imps. Then we find the helm and take control of the ship. We will address the matter of a cure for this infection once we reach the material plane.
Ugh. Fuck. Oh. Ooh. I hate that. Oh. Okay. Oh.
Sadness.
Why? Why sadness? Demi Snake Gaming. Hi. Is that the one game with the bear? You mean the bear sex scene? Probably. Right? It's that game, right? I think so. Also, I love how my model is not moving at all because of how this game is so so heavy. Also, hi, welcome. Thrall is basically someone who serves someone else. So if I serve my dragon overlord, am I a thrall then? I might be. Combat. Happy. Get ready to fight. Combat happens in rounds. In each participant gets a turn to act. The game pauses around you during combat, so you have time to plan actions. Okay. Cool. Can I punch things? I want to punch you. During your turn, you can move, take an action, and a bonus action. So this is action. This is bonus action. And I have a key point. What do I do? Topple, fire breath, main hand attack, disengage, dash, help, throw, improvise melee weapon, pick out an item or creature and use it to make it. What? Hide. Oh, shove, look at that. Dip. Dip a weapon into a surface to alter the surface to enhance the weapon. If you are dual wielding, you dip both weapons. Jump. Your strength affects how far you can jump. Wow, you can jump in this game. It's totally different than Divinity. So I'm gonna go punch, alright? Lazo, you do that one. Actually, you do this one. I'm going here. Fuck you. I have no armor. I have armor, but I'm like light armor. I'm going here. Can I still punch? Key point bonus action. Okay, okay. Oh, these require action. I see, I see. Okay, so down there requires these requires action. Movement, right? Movement requires action. Shove, dip requires bonus action. Okay, just punch him. Get him! Damn. Wait, I killed them! Not enough movement? There, okay. Double your movement speed. Oh. Shit. Wait, I can still attack? With action? Oh, wow. Okay, this game is weird. Oh no, wait, I control both. Oops, okay. Oh my god. Oh my god, wait a minute. Whoa, 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 whoa. A spell that does not use any spell slots that can be cast at will. Second wind. Oh, you can heal. Mage Hand. Invisible spectral hand that can manipulate and interact with objects. Guys, I'm so sorry. I don't know what I'm doing. This is gonna take some time for me to learn a little bit. Main hand attack. Rush attack. This one is action. What requires bonus action? Draw on your stamina. Draw on your stamina to heal yourself? Oh, it's the second one. Any bonus action? So these are bonus action. I can shove and jump. Non-lethal attack is enemy possibly daze them. So this is stun with bonus action. Okay, so move. Okay, here's what I get. Move requires action. Bonus action only can happen with some of the attacks. Some of the skill requires both bonus action. So if I jump there, what a jump, and then just attack them, I guess. Hamstring shot. This is the range one. Slash your target vital points to make it bleed. Yeah, take it. Do it. Achoo! A melee monk. Oh, good dodge. God damn. Oh, it's too far. Not enough movement. I can dash. I can dash and punch. Yo. Do it. Oh, look at that. And I can run here. A melee monk? Isn't monk melee? Punch him! Let's go.
You proved surprisingly adequate. Now, to the helm.
Situational actions. You have unlocked an action as a result of another ability, feature, or condition. It will remain at the side of your hotbar until those conditions expire. Okay, this game is... Ooh, crossbow. I got one skibby armor. Hand axe. Okay, so I steal this one. Camp supply pack. Storage your camp supplies. Alchemy pouch. Keychain. I don't want to use crossbow. Opportunity attack. Attack an enemy moving out. Oh, wait, I have opportunity attack already? Damn, okay. Okay, check. Laser. There's a range something? Everything is so small. Well, sorry, Laser, I cannot look at you. Did I look at everything? Death throw. Gold.
I have such a headache.
I have such a headache. Yeah, the game might be a little soft, I'm sorry. I'm rich. Ooh. Cool.
ship won't be able to take another dragon attack. We need to get out before it's too late.
Simple rope, more than stick ropes. The same thing. Short sword. Versatile wielding with both hands. Can I change armor? Ooh, that looks good. I'm using this one. Oh, that looks good. Let's go. I love it. I always love ropes like this. I love them. I hope I'm going the right way. I have no idea where I'm going. When the game auto-save, that means it's bad. Alright, going in under the sphincter. Okay, we're going under the sphincter. Hi, who wants to fight?
Istik, back! Touch nothing without knowing its purpose.
So, you don't want me to touch them? But they're boutons. Okay, okay, I won't. Sacrifice cultists. What? Who's talking? Were you talking?
You! Get me out of this damn thing!
Oh, hi.
We have no time for stragglers.
There's no time to get out here. I'll go look around. There must be some way to get this thing open. Look for a latch that might open the lid. Is it even possible?
The construction is too alien. Nothing looks familiar.
Oh
This
no,
ship
I'm
is
dumb.
crashing. Do you intend to die for a stranger?
Lazo, come on, none. The pod's stuck fast. I can't free you. Go look around. There must be some way to get this thing open. Hey, Lazo, I know you don't want to save her, but hey, I'll do it. I'm the Darkers though. I'll do it.
Try that contraption next to the pod. They did something to it when they sealed me in. Hurry! Please!
Oh, Lazo is pissed. You mean this thing? Dutch. Dutch. I'll try not to I'll try not to save scum too much, so that my actions has consequences. All right. So for games like this, save scumming too much makes the game unfun. You get me? So yeah, if I did something wrong, skill issue, and are you gonna kill me? What is that? Why is there a walking brain? Fuck. Dutch.
The console appears dormant.
Uh-huh. Hit it. Hit it. Cheesecake stinky. Cheesecake stinky. Look for a switch or release. Difficult time resisting reloading, especially when success or failure is random. When it's random, then yeah, it's unfortunate. But when things like this is not random, I guess. Yeah, I don't think this is random.
The mechanisms are completely unrecognizable at first, but then you spy an empty socket.
Oh, big brain, intelligence 8 point. Empty socket. Hitting it would be a terrible idea. Let's leave for now.
Whatever fits in that socket must power this thing.
Is it that thing? That thing that looks mighty shiny.
A brain in a jar.
Oh wait, what if I put that thing in and then actually seals it in? Oh, no decisions! Put genital inside. No. Look, I know there are tentacles in there. Alright, but maybe not now. That's... yeah. Okay, I'll try.
The console appears dormant.
Mm-hmm.
The mechanisms are completely unrecognizable at first, but then you spy an empty socket.
I have a damn brain in a jar. Put it in. Oh wait, there's some buttons down there. Here.
The console appears dormant. The mechanisms are completely unrecognizable at first. Then
Oh.
you spy an empty socket.
This dialogue history, character select. It doesn't let me use it. A humanoid brain, alive and in perfect condition, suspended in cerebral fluid. There has to be something else. Oh, what is that? It's probably this thing.
Take you first.
Ugh. Uh-oh. That's bad, I think. Eh. Okay, sigil.
Another mystery.
Arcana failed.
Can't read this script. Another mystery.
Hey, Lazo, can you read this? Do you know these?
Sigil I cannot make sense of.
You suck! Read it!
Cannot make this out. Arcane sigil. What might it mean?
We're both dumb! We're both dumb! What? What am I supposed to do? Ooh, necklace. Edited manuscript. Elaborate reliquary.
Needs a key.
You need thieves' tools to pick a lock, or you can find its key. Oh wait, there's a backpack.
Something good here, I hope.
Cool. I'm going to hit it. I swear to God, if she says get me out one more time, I will hit the thing and I don't even care anymore. I don't think there's anything else, to be honest. Can you still grab the stuff even if you have no clue what it does? Get me out! Read.
Faint images appear in your mind. A brain, a Githyanki warrior, and centuries of darkness.
Githyanki. The stuff on the table thingy. I mean the brain. I can drop, throw, send to Laser. Laser examine it. Is there more stuff on the table? Not that I've seen one. Oh, you mean these things? I cannot take those, I can only interact with them.
Can't read this script.
Oh my god, I'm dumb! I'm dumb! I have no intelligence! My intelligence is only 8 points! Fuck! I'm stupid! I'm stupid! I cannot read! The ones you can push, not the reading one. The one I can push? Which one can I push? You mean this thing?
The console appears dormant. The mechanisms are completely unrecognizable at
Fucking
first.
put the thing into a
Then
socket!
you spy an empty socket.
Below the sigils, there was something we push. Oh, shut the fuck up! I don't even know your name! You mean this thing? Do I just push them? I think it was control, alternate C things you can open or pick around you. Alternate. See, I'm pressing this. See that? This is random. So I'm pretty sure these 3 buttons serve something like 1 button to release them, 1 button to do something, and 1 button to do some other things. So it's a 3-in-1 chance that I'll release them. I'm pretty sure. Okay. 1、2、3、4、5，宝马大屁股，大到一只小老鼠，老鼠的尸体上面有一高气啊 ，OK。The middle one it is. Well, if something bad happens, don't blame me, alright? Especially Lazo, don't blame me for anything bad happens, alright? Push.
Machine made them hostile.
Oh no! No, I'm stupid! No. Well then.
Okay, I'll catch a break.
Good punch, good punch. I'll end my turn here. Oh, I can still main hand attack. Let's throw. Too heavy? Oh, I'm weak. I think if I dash, I might be able to make it there. And I can still attack them. Because these use action. Oh wait, no. If I dash, that uses my action already. I would use my bonus action. Let's just... Too heavy to pick up. Does Fire Breath reach? Oh, no it doesn't. If I burn that thing, I don't know what's gonna happen. Mysterious Liquid. Alright, I'll just end my turn. Oh, can I delay my turn? I remember delaying a turn is a thing in Divinity Original Sin 2 and it's really strong. Oh, laser were too slow. Oh, I win. Oh, you suck! I'm gonna die. Oh fuck. Yo! We both saved? Game easy. You wanna hit them? Punch them! Get them! Free loot, I guess. Free loot. We take those. How about...
Already dead.
Already dead, yeah. Oh! I think the left one is the right choice. Okay, well, whatever your name is, I'm gonna hit this thing. It's a socket. I thought it's like for this thing. Maybe if I try to explore around a little bit more. Alright, into another sphincter. Another restoration. Cerebral Aquarium?
I've seen everything. Odd things. Wonder what plane they're from.
Not here. Okay, another sphincter. There's nothing here. Yeah, I'll try to save scum as less as possible. If they die, well, I can only sense skill issue. Did any enemy drop something that seems useful? Necklace? Can I wear this? Oh, ooh! I have a necklace. Well, what about here? What is this?
You are beautiful.
Did you just say that I'm beautiful? Okay. Yeah, nothing looks like key. Oh, another Mind Flayer pod. Okay, this one doesn't seem like a way forward. Let's explore around here a little bit.
How many hosts of these gay infected?
Thousands? Hi.
A dazed woman is trapped inside the pod. She doesn't notice you.
See, it's the same thing again. Death throw. Eldritch rune. Bronze necklace. Well, bronze sounds bad. Mine.
Another brain.
Yeah. 2 healing. Why? Put the brain in! I know my intelligence is only 8 points. I'm not that stupid. Alright.
As you place your hand on the pod, you hear something. A presence connected to the pod.
Oh, the eyes are like
commanding the person
flaring.
inside to change.
Uh-oh. I'm sorry? Did you just become squid?
Change her. Changed at the pull of a lever. How? If we are not purified, this may be our fate.
We need to get out of here before it's our turn.
Well, yeah. That means it's the girl's fate as well. Sorry about that, women.
The newborn mind flayer stares at you, weak and dazed.
Shit, I'm sorry. I don't know what I'm doing. Key. Hit the thing, it doesn't allow me to hit them. I found the key. Open. Ooh, shiny. How do I even hit the thing? Kill? How do I kill them? Can I hit them? Everything's so wiggly here. I'm scared. Alright, now do I... Don't hit it. Don't hit it. We already seen what's going. Insert the rune into the socket. I am now big brain. This is good, right? I worked for this. Uh-oh.
But what is its purpose? Will it free the captive? Or transport
Oh shit, oh shit, oh fuck, oh shit. Don't place the head, we see what's gonna happen. Oh no. It's... How is my arcana? How do I tell? Wisdom checks, intelligence, constitution, dexterity, strength. Which one is intelligence arcana? Oh, wisdom. Arcana. There's no arcana. What do you mean? Investigation? I think you feel harm over the type of roll it tells you. So, okay. You have -1 arcana. How do you guys know? The middle tab? Oh, Arcana! Oh, okay. Let's go. Only -1. I'm feeling lucky. I'm feeling very lucky right now. Take a closer look at the power-up console. Oh fuck. Here we go. 20. Yo, let's go. Easy. I'm telling you, I'm lucky. Perfect.
The pulsing glow and organic lines of the device make it seem more like a beating heart than a machine.
Huh.
This device is different from the one that caused the other captive to transform. Perhaps it will open the nearby pod.
Perhaps it will open the nearby pod. Different from the one that caused the other to transform. Narrator, I trust you. Actually, the voices in my mind, I trust you. Okay? Place the on the console. God. Don't.
Suddenly, you feel a hideous squirming in your head.
Oh no. I did bad. I fucked up.
Discomfort fades, and another sensation washes over you. Connection. Authority.
I fucked up. I fucked up. I fucked up. I fucked up. Elithid? Being implanted with a mind flayer tadpole is a fate worse than death, isn't it? Wisdom. +2 from wisdom. EG. Look at this. 2? 2? Impossible to fail. What do you mean? Get out of here. 1. Oh shit, okay. Yay!
You feel the biomechanical brain of the console process your command and yield to it.
Okay, I feel.
Shiver runs across your mind. You feel sated.
Oh! Yay! Oh, don't.
At last. Thought I was done for.
Careful, don't. Hi.
I thought that damn thing was going to be my coffin. Thank you.
Your
Uh-oh.
mind lurches into her thoughts. Her gratitude is mixed with wariness because you have a gift with you.
A kiss?
You keep dangerous company.
Huh? Is Gif? Is her kind like a dangerous kind? Sorry, I don't know the backstory, so. Dangerous company is what you need in the fight. Gotta probably Githyanki? Did you feel that just now? We're in each other's heads. Yeah, I sense dislike. Dangerous company is what you need to fight. You know what? We need to get out of here, and dangerous company is what we need right now.
Fair point. Looks like there's plenty of fighting ahead.
Thank you.
Let me come with you. We can get off this ship and watch each other's backs along the way.
I would like that. Alright then, let's go. Let's get going. I'm the Dark Urge. If you hear the name, I'm the Dark Urge, I would piss off. I would just run away. I'm the Dark Urge. Okay, shut up. I'm gonna go. Goodbye. Hi, Hypnomancy. No, you're on your own. Did you sure I felt just before we were in each other's heads?
I did. It must be because of those parasites they put in us. But that'll have to wait. Are we going to help each other or not?
Yeah, I'm the Dark Urge. Welcome in. Yeah, well, her name is Shadowheart, so it's fine. Oh, you're right. Her name is Shadowheart. And hello, Dark Urge. Nice to meet you. Yeah, fair enough. My name is Dark Urge. Hello, Shadowheart.
Shadowheart. One moment.
Is it a D20? What's that?
It's nothing. Trust me.
Enough of this chatter. We need to get to the helm. Now.
She's
Alright.
Lead on.
Alright, jeez, okay. Wow, alright, okay, wow. Alright, chill, jeez, alright. Dutch. Dutch. Heal. Not proficient with martial weapons or symptoms? Oh, does that mean I can use this as well? And this? Can I dual wield? You will automatically use your bonus action to make an offhand attack while using two weapons unless you toggle this option. Toggle dual wielding attacks. I love myself a good old dual wield. Let's go. Is this Dragonborn as tall as the other ones, me saw? Because the other ones are big. I'm small. I'm pretty sure I'm kind of small. For a Dragonborn, I believe, maybe. Also, let me do a save game real quick. New save. Hell. Alright. Let's go. Is fire bad?
We're nearing the helm. Once inside, do as I say.
Who put you in charge? I'll trust my own judgment.
Uh-oh.
Cane yank.
Is fire bad? Yeah. Oh damn, wait, I only have 10 health. Oh shit. Man, once when the game auto saves, it usually means bad. Uh-oh. What? Oh. Oh, 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 oh. Oh. Oh, oh. Oh, oh. Oh.
Thrall, connect the nerves of the transponder. We must escape. Now.
Do it. We will deal with the Geich after we escape.
We need to get out of here now.
Huh? Wait, are we helping the mind flayer? Are we helping the squidmans? Aren't we supposed to like not help them? I'm mega confused. I'm sorry. Mind flayer thinks you're oh, they call me Thrall, but I'm not. I'm gonna kill them. Why not abuse that chance? Oh, okay, I see. Okay, let's try it. Let's kill the things, hey? Lesser Hell's Ball. I don't know if I can kill them. Punch! You missed! Do it! Cool!
Let's end this.
Oh, the music is cool. Fireball. Evocation cantrip. Hurl some mortal fire. Do you hate fire? You seem like you're made of fire. Concussive smash. That's a literal bonk. that is just a bonk. 2 to 7, 2 to 7. 1 to 10. Wow. Oh, are you a mage? Guiding bolt. The next attack roll against this target is advantage. Shield of Faith. Guide inflict wound. Necromancy. A creature with the necrotic energy filling your hands. Guidance. Divination cantrip. Is cantrip like a spell of some sort? Blessing of the trickster. Why do you have everything? This guy's self? What? She's a cleric? Wow, okay. Sacred Flame, Radiant, Guiding Bolt. This seems to deal a lot of damage, right? 4 to 24 damage. The next attack roll against this target has advantage. Yeah, I think that's really good. I think I could just kill this thing. Ooh. Ooh. Wait, can I take things? Whoa, I can take things. Hey, would you be so kind to like send this to the Dark Urge? Thank you. Oh, okay, fine.
Time to strike.
Cantrip spell are spells that you can keep casting without needing to rest. The other spells use spell slots that you need to recover with rest. Alright. Take it. Oh, I forgot dash! Sorry, I'm not good at this game. I forgot. Whoa. Hey, fuck! I'm gonna dash. And I'm gonna double punch this bitch.
Think you can take me on?
Get him! I'm gonna take things. Ooh, crossbow. Ooh, onyx. Dagger. Ooh.
What's in here?
Ah, shit. Okay, and turn. Ooh, crossbow. Nice. There's nothing there. Ah, I forgot to check that one. Alright, just do a dash. All good, all good.
I found something useful.
Nothing. Cool. Oh, that's shiny. Oh, I need to hit this thing. Oh, is this like the purple thing?
Victory awaits.
Okay, we already took... I already searched for everything. Let's dash. 150 health? How do I kill this thing? I'm gonna get one shot. I only have like, what, 12? Run here. Okay, not enough movement. Oh, we can actually win. Oh shit, I'm out of key points. I cannot punch anymore. I'm sorry, I'm just gonna like take the things. You got this, Squid Man.
Open up.
Uh oh, what I do?
Hurry before they strike.
Oh my god, there's more. Oh my god, shiny. Oh, there's more enemies. Oh god. Flourish. Flourish. This is bonus action. So I can still attack, I guess? Possibly throw enemy off balance. I assume that's a stun.
With haste.
Fuck. Can I shove? Give it from me? Oh my god, just extend your hand a little longer. Come on, jeez. Okay, I'm gonna get hit.
Concentrate.
Okay, that's catch up. Someone needs help. Run!
Have to keep going.
Ooh, nice distance. Protect the creature from attacks. Increase its armor class by 2. Yay! Thank you.
Fury, I am death.
Hamstring shot. Reduce the movement speed. Lacerate. Bleed. We should probably kill this thing. Kill all. Okay, it don't seem like they have attack of opportunity. I'm gonna try to get in and just like lacerate and run away.
No time to waste.
Oh yeah. Your attack was resisted and the entity took half damage. Examine the entity to see its resistances. T to examine entity. You are bleeding though. Takes 2 slashing damage at the start of each turn, has the disadvantage of this constitution saving throws. I did 4 damage! Ugh. Fuck, I'm dead. Run away. Run away.
This ship hit on the ground, we're dead. We must take the transponder.
Oh, we don't need to kill it. Okay, thanks. Kill all, no mercy for puny foes. Yeah, I'm gonna kill these things. Can I not punch anymore? Cool. Let's aim. Nice. Mind Flayer. Peridot. Nice. I'll stop here just in case.
Can't give up. Not now.
Oh, spell is only 1 time. Okay. Cantrip is I can spam it, right? Okay, let's do Sacred Flame. Okay. Okay.
Onward.
Alright. End turn.
Fury, I am death.
Okay, so running... Okay, I found it. Running is here. It doesn't take any action points and bonus action points. So I can just... Although dash requires action points. Do you have any bonus action attack? No, you don't. I used it. Must take a short rest. What's a short rest?
My path be true.
Shoot them. Nice, good shot. Can you kill them? No, oh my god, that's so painful. I'm gonna die. Do you want fire? I'm gonna fire on... Oh, wait. No, don't fire on those things. 4 to 9 damage. 1 to 4. Main hand 4, 9. 1, 6. Ooh, the ragdoll. Okay, I cannot attack anymore. But there's one thing I haven't killed yet. Is this a transponder? I'm gonna end turn because I haven't killed this thing yet.
Can't give up. Got to press on.
Ooh, get bonked. Stupid. Nice, there's nothing. Okay, let's go. Dash who? Actually, I don't want you to interact with that. I want my Dragonborn to interact. I want the Dark Earth to interact with that. All right. Critical miss. Oh shit. Go.
Another step forward.
I believe I took everything. The sand from Avernus.
You've made it in time.
Yay! So, dragon bad? Oh, the dragon looks so hot though. I'm part dragon, don't do it. Oh boy. Oh, the fall. I'm sorry, that's kind of funny. Oh my god, my PC is absolutely dying. Oh shit. Help. Come on, you're so close to it. I don't know what's going on, but I'm having so much fun. Now I know dragon cool, squid man bad. I don't know if dragon is bad though. A dragon cannot be bad, come on. Dragon is the best. Even if you can't be seen, some criminal acts can be overheard. Hide to reduce noise. Hide? Oh yeah, there's hide. You say mindfully tadpoles consume their host in a matter of days, destroying the victim in both body and soul? What the fuck? And we have the tadpoles inside? We're dead. In a matter of days, they say. Oh boy. The game. The game. Oh my god, the game's loading. There's not a single Dragonborn to be seen. Uh-oh. What was that? Oh! I've been saved. Oh shit. I'm alive. How about the other two?
You half expected your memories to return once you were free of the Mind Flayer ship. But your past is still an aching void.
That's so
If you don't
sad.
find a way to remove the tadpole burrowed in your brain soon, your future will be as blank as your past. Your head whispers vengeance. You cannot wait to slice your way forth, seeking whatever wrought this tragedy upon you.
Find a cure. Okay, we're officially in the game now. Escape the Nautiloid. We did it.
Fresh water. There must be a settlement somewhere nearby.
Nice. Can I go take a dip? Can I not take a dip? I mean, I'm taking a dip, kinda.
If not over, then through.
I'm surprised the game is still running on my PC and not absolutely just crash my whole PC and just froze. Remember when I played Divinity Original Sin 2? Game absolutely crashed multiple times.
Ancient corpse. Since you awoke on the ship, your mind has been cold and empty, but something stirs. With your hands close to this body, you know nothing of why, but you find a half smile flittering across your face.
When you find a half smile flickering across your face, let the grin fall across your face. Push the smile away. This is vile. Try to remember the last time you stood above a corpse. I have no intelligence. I cannot do it. So, okay. The origin story says that I need to resist the dark urge, lest I lose themselves, they say. Let the green fall across your face, meaning that I'm not sort of resisting it, right? I am giving in to the dark urge. Let's resist it for now, alright? For now.
With a shake of your head, you can hear your own blood throbbing in your ears. There is something unknown and unspeakable deep within your heart.
So it's like I'm being controlled by something else that is not the mind flayer. Oh, hi! I know you. It's a D20. Waker, reach for the artifact. I kind of want to reach for the artifact, but it's not shining. So I don't need to do that. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Bangun pagi.
I'm alive.
Gosok gigi.
How is this possible?
I was hoping you might know that.
I remember the ship. I remember falling. Then nothing.
What happened to our gift friend? That's so dick. Now what? Do you have any idea where we are? I don't think we know at all, but worth a shot.
No, I don't recognize this place. But anything's an improvement on where we just came from.
True.
First things first, we need supplies, shelter, and most of all, a healer.
Aren't you a
We might have
cleric?
escaped, but we still have these little monsters in our heads.
True. We want to stay together? What happened to our good friend? Indeed, I better get moving then, farewell. Indeed, I better get moving then, farewell. Goodbye, who needs you? Can I make another Dragonborn? That would be great if I can make another Dragonborn to myself, like custom made character as companion. I'm gonna take a bet that I can do that. So indeed, I better get moving then, farewell. That's mods? It's not in the base game? Is there something like Divinity Original Sin 2 where I can just like hire like a character where I can just change their things in the mirror? Oh, I think, okay. Fair. I don't know. I'll be alone for now.
Wait. Charging off by yourself sounds like a fine way to get killed. We need each other, and we both know what's at stake. Can't think of better company.
No, this is where we part. Okay, Shadowheart. Just leave her. No, my moral value hurts. It's so mean. My moral value hurts if I just leave her like this now. Now that she mentioned it. Okay.
One thing, just before we go. I wanted to thank you again for freeing me. It would have been all too easy for you to run right past my pod, but you didn't. I'll remember that.
Okay, I actually appreciate words of kindness like that. Thank you. You know what? Appreciate it. I just want to leave. Let's go have a little adventure together. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. Let's do it. I'm not gonna keep. Yeah. Ooh. Not proficient with musical instrument. Oh yeah, there's a bard. She thanked you, weakling. Where's this game come? Ooh, can I wear that? Every item has a context menu where you may use them, tag them as wares, or send them to another party member. I cannot play it. I can equip this. Ooh, I look like a Bloodborne character. I don't like it. It's hiding my head. I don't like it. I want to see a full-fledged Dragonborn without hiding the features. Ooh. Ooh. Murgrass? Can I take it? Murgrass. Suspension of Murgrass. You can see the inventory of all party members in the party view. Oh, tab, okay. Left control and click to select multiple items. Oh, okay. Tab. There it is. Scroll revivify. Okay, scroll revivify. What else do I have? I can give you this hat and a violin. Play for me. Okay. Cool. Oh, I can equip a dagger. A monk with dagger? 1 to 6. 4 to 7? It's stronger than a hand axe. Come on. Wait, 1 to 4? Oh, it's the main hand and the offhand thing. Okay, so offhand 1 to 4. So if offhand 1 to 6 is actually stronger than dagger, can I offhand a crossbow? Oh! You can switch between holding a range or melee weapons. You can find the buttons in. Oh, wow! I can choose between doing that or not. Quarter stuff. Topple. Yeah, I'm not proficient with this. Oh, it's stronger. Using this armor will increase your armor class, but your lack of training will give you dissemination of some rolls and stop you from casting spells. Nah, okay. Rope it is. I don't... There's so many things! Can you wear this? Is it bad for you? Oh, you're strong. Okay. Dagger is not very powerful. Then only really magic users and those who can't just use better weapons have any benefit for them. Yeah, so much to learn. This is like very close to being a D&D game, right? Shanties of the bitch queen? Okay. This is a D&D game, like literally a D&D game. Perfume letter. Still legible in spite of water stain and smeared ink. Okay, read it. Tsai, I love you. There, I said it. If you meet me tomorrow, I'll say it again and again and keep on saying it till we're old and grey. Wow. Let's go to Baldur's Gate. I know it's risky, but staying here. The last few months has been hard, but they're always a little easier when you're there. Leaving your boat and meet me at the hill overlooking the old bridge. Bring whatever you can carry, we will make do without the rest. So Baldur's Gate's a place? Rip. Free loot, you're right. Was there something else here that I can take? Yeah. Take it. Fish. Camp supplies. Camp supplies? Okay, I know I'm going back and forth a lot. Let's just go a straight line and see what I'm gonna find. Fish. Belladonna. Waypoint? Sublimate of Belladonna. This kind of waypoint will be able to teleport to this location by selecting your map. These custom markers, you can also teleport the waypoints you have discovered by selecting them. Waypoint is this one? Hammer, rope, okay. Seems like handy stuff. We take those. Mug, fish, bottle. Hi. Ancient door. Can I open it up?
You get that open easily. entrance.
No thieves' tools available.
Let's get on with it.
Okay, fine. Oh no, I don't want to play as you. Belladonna. Oh, hey. Oh, the sigil is a waypoint. Okay, okay. Evie Stinky.
What's hiding here?
Oh, I found it. I found a thieves tool. Let me try it. Lockpick.
Past this.
Oh, wait a minute, it's 20. Do you think I'm lucky enough to get the 20? I mean, I get +3. How can I add bonus? Guidance? Plus 1d4. What does mean? What does that mean? Looks free? That's it, no more bonus. It's the 20 is the maximum number. Okay. So just get 16. Oh, that's kind of fun though, rolling all these dice and stuff. Can I try again? Oh, he uses one. Okay, okay. Close enough. Rigged. Yeah, this game's rigged. I cannot believe it. Abduct the commoner. Ooh. 20 gold. God, I'm rich.
Open up.
They're not commoner. They're 20 gold. 24. Was I +3 and 1d4? Mm-hmm. I have +3 on dexterity and 1d4. Although I don't know what 1d4 means though. I'm gonna save. Is there like a quick save button? There's no quick save anymore. D4 is a 4-sided dice. How do you make 4-sided dice? I gotta stop asking questions. Where's help? Let's overwrite save. Overwrite help. It's a pyramid. Hi, Foxa. Oh, you're right. Shit. But doesn't pyramid always lands on like the flat side? I don't know how. Oh my god, I don't know how dices work. I have no idea. So the pointy out. Oh my god. I don't know what's going on.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Oh fuck, what's going on?
One strike could be lethal.
One D2 is a coin flip of 1 or 2. So D4 is 1, 2, 3, 4. So D4 the maximum is like 4. D6 is the one that we always have, like normally when we play at Fate GT or whatever shit that we have. It's not a slim or fat pyramid, it's a balanced one. I think my brain just cannot grasp what's going on. How much health do they have? 12? They're too strong. I'm gonna try to dash and run in. Go. Look at that, I'm the best. Alright, get up close and personal. And then do a biggity buggity punch punch. I'm so good. I'm gonna die though. Oh shit. If you Google D&D dice, you'll see how it works. Ah, okay. Is it better to say why sadness at the beginning? I guess, yeah. Why sadness? What's happening? Oh, I'm gonna die. Oh, good dodge. Bonk is action. Dash is action. These are all, well, not all bonus action. Play a tune to attract and delight those around you. Brainwave become a cute temporary companion for a character. Cute? Maybe not. I don't like it. I'm gonna dash. Oh, they have attack opportunity. She doesn't have like a ranged attack though. I think she has ranged attack? Oh. Eerie! Eerie, I saw you playing this game as well. Hi Eerie. Welcome in. I just started and I have no idea what I'm doing. Welcome in. Oh, sorry about the screen flashes. Let me do this real quick. You're doing great, that's what. I'll take it. Human the person, hi. Human the person, hi. Welcome in everyone for the read. I'm Tara, I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. And I do art occasionally. Welcome in. I want to punch him. Also, how was your Baldur's Gate 3 experience? I spent a while looking at Dragonborn. Wait, can I switch to my... Oh, there it is. Wasn't there like a punch for me just now? This one is bonus action, I still have action. Oh! And kill? Oh, I'm so stonk. It was a lot of fun. Nice, good to know. Gonna go to bed now, good night. Have a good sleep, Eerie. Thanks for the raid again. Appreciate. Evocation cantrip is that I can just keep doing it, right? High ground? Oh, there's high ground. Yeah.
Perhaps our survival isn't such a distant prospect.
Thanks, Shadowheart. Take a short rest to recover half your hit points and some of the resources. Open rest menu, initiate short rest. Where? Oh, camp and resting menu. Twice a day you can restore 50% of your hit points. Warlock restore their spell slots. Oh wait, this one needs camp supplies. I'm blocking it. So long Long rest needs supplies. Return to your camp and rest and check in with your companions. I don't need short rest now. Everything is fine. 4 health. Everything is fine. 4 to 10 healing. 2d4 plus 2. Even healing requires this D thing. Plus 8 health. I'm the best. Okay, let's continue. Oh. During bold? Isn't it Kobo cheese? Everything listens to the die. Okay. No key points. A silver locket. Silver shiny. We love those. I might be very slow in this game because I have no idea what's going on. I have zero clue of what I'm doing, and everything just looks so new to me. So I may be very slow. There's a chest up there. Potion of speed? A +2 bonus to armor class, advantage on dexterity saving throws, and double your movement speed. Oh. When the condition ends, becomes lethargic. Lethargic is like mega tired, right? Take the time to best to understand things. Yeah. Void burb. 1 damage. Throw this alien bomb at the target, possibly pulling nearby objects and treasures. What? Alright. Oil of... Huh? Oil has accuracy? I don't know what's going on. This game's amazing. Just in case, do you know how armor class work? No. Aren't they just armor? Although just now I was wearing this armor... Yeah, I wore this, and then the game told me that I'm bad with it. And I was like, okay. It's how high the enemy needs to roll. So I have 10. They need to roll above 10 to kill me. That's kind of cool. A 10 is like a high number, right? Practically has a d20. Oh, so 10 is like half. Oh. Hey, you know what that means? Alright, let's go back. I found a thieves too. I am going back. There's like a door I need to open. I'm pretty sure I can open it up. They could become dangerous if affected by elements like fire or lightning. This can be washed away with water. Okay. So it's a 50% chance before strength or dexterity modifiers. Oh, like this one.
Don't give me trouble now.
Can you do it again? Oh, you can do it again. Let's go. A click. Wait, 20, right? So I get a +3 and this. Total bonus is 4 to 7. Yeah, I trust this. I can do it. It's only 20. Hey, fine, game, fine. Don't make me find another thieves tool. I'm gonna use it again. What do you... One less than just now. Yeah, honestly, I am like mega surprised that my PC is still running this game. No, I roll an 8. And the end result is 14. You can craft your own potions, poison, and elixirs using alchemy. Gather ingredients to distill into extracts to experiment to brew wondrous solutions. Some armor and weapons you shouldn't use because you don't have the proficiency, like in it. Like, if you didn't know how to use the axe, you wouldn't want to use it.
What's in here?
Oh no, it's locked! Can I attack it? Oh, I can. Destroy. No? Oh, I did it. Get God. Get God. Cool. Wait, does that mean I can just... No, it doesn't let me attack on the context menu. Balsam. But this is all the D&D knowledge I have. It's already more than mine. Way more than what I have. Hi? I'm gonna head to bed. Night, everyone. Good night, Vincent. Thanks for hanging around. Have good sleep.
Harry, I've got one of those brain things cornered.
Uh-huh.
In the grass. You can kill it, can't you? Like you killed the others?
Kill yourself if you're capable enough. Who that? Yeah, I'll kill them. Easily, stand back. I'm a dragon, I'm going in.
Can you see it?
Oh wait, I'm getting debated. Yeah, I'm getting debated.
Just a dumb boar. You're relieved until you see the flash of a dagger.
Yeah. I got debated. One more step, I'll make you eat that knife. You don't look that strong. One more step, I'll make you eat that knife, stupid.
You can try, but first you'll tell me what you know. I saw you on the ship. You're in league with them, aren't you? Those tentacle... Ah!
Your mind twists. You're looking out of unfamiliar eyes, prowling dark, busy streets. You try to hold the memory, but it fades to the worm. The light. The fear.
What was that? What's going on?
Put the knife away, I'll tell you everything. It's the Mind Flayer's worm. It connected us. Me not going to sleep yet. Hmm? Wait, aren't you from Singapore? Or am I wrong? You know, I might be extremely wrong and I'm sorry. Because I recognize the name. Your character noticed this. Apparently just got grabbed and had their throat threatened. Yeah, is it not? I mean, I thought you are. I assumed. I'm sorry. Oh god. I'm terrible. I'm sorry. I should have assumed. Honestly, I have no idea. Oh, you're from Sing. Oh, okay, thank God. And I'll tell you what I know. It's the mind. It's the worm that I hate the most, and it made me gag at the start of the game.
The worm. Of course. That explains things.
Can you
somewhat.
Can you put away the
Time to
knife?
think. I was ready to decorate the ground with your innards. Apologies.
Huh. Apology accepted. I may have done the same. Were the roles reversed? Can't blame you. I was looking forward to seeing yours. Good to see we're all caught up now. You better have more to offer than apologies. You know what? Can't blame you. I was looking forward to seeing yours. After seeing the knife being held to the throat, this ambush looks tame. Oh, it's because I saw through the boar. That's kind of cool. Yeah, I can't blame you. I was looking forward to seeing yours.
A kindred spirit.
Shadowheart approved.
My name's Astarion.
Oh my god.
I was in Baldur's Gate when those beasts snatched me.
Okay, what? Anyone know what Baldur's Gate is? Like, is it a place of great significance? I've been packed mentally. So it's a place then. I'm in quite the state, but I think I'm the Dark Urge. The name. All you need to know is you better watch your back around me. Tell him of your crash, your worm, and your ruined brain. Nod. all these options. Other characters also see the ball, but is doofus enough to just stare at it. Oh. It's a city. Oh, the Baldur's Gate is a city. Okay. Yeah, tell if you crashed, your worm, and your ruined brain.
My, you've been busy.
Yeah.
So, did you learn anything about these worms while wandering the ship?
Why do you look like a vampire? Yes, unfortunately, they'll turn us into mind flayers. I know we don't want them in our heads. You know as much as I do. Oh, I've seen one become a mind flayer, right? All because of me. I messed up. I turned one into those squid men. Yeah, they'll turn us to squid men.
Turn us into... Of course it'll turn me into a monster. What else did I expect? Although, it hasn't happened yet. If we can find an expert, someone that can control these things, there might still be time.
Control it, we need to get rid of it. You should try with me, our odds are better together. No, I don't trust you. This guy wants to see my innards. I need to get moving, but you can shelter at my camp. I wasted our time here, farewell. Control it, we need to get rid of it.
Well, yes, of course. But first things first.
Okay lah. First things first, no, okay lah. I've wasted enough time here, farewell. He looks like a vampire. Is it just me? He's a vampire. Looked it up, sadly, there doesn't seem to be a way to change Genitals appearance later, not permanently. No, other people also say he's a vampire. Okay, so it's not just me then. Good to know. I don't want you with me. I want to find another Dragonborn, if possible. Farewell, bye-bye.
Wait, that's it? You're doomed, sorry, and then off to the next adventure?
Oh, someone seemed offended.
These worms are doing something. I can feel it. What are you going to do about it?
I'm hunting for a healer. You should do the same. I'll figure out my problems. You figure out yours. Ask the ball. Maybe he has your... Ask the ball. That is so mean. God, I'm the Dark Urge though. I can do this shit, right? I'll die in a few days. Not interested in your help, but bye-bye. I'm hunting for a healer. You should do the same. Let's say, yeah, I'm hunting for a healer. Yeah.
I need to find out more before I let anyone root around in my skull. I'll find an expert.
Good, then bye-bye.
I suppose. Here's hoping we're still wearing the same skins when we next meet.
Sure, bye. Sorry, I'm just not really comfortable with traveling with a vampire. I assumed, right? You're a vampire. You're really not interested in folk. I want to find Dragonborn! Like, another Dragonborn. Better yet, 4 of them in one party. I mean, if I can, that is.
There. A mind flare. And it's hurt.
That thing's bound to be dangerous, even if injured. Best be careful.
Okay, I will save in my help. Oh wait, it says I can level up. How do I level up? Tab? Character sheet? How do I level up?
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
Oh my god, that is so not obvious. Why does leveling up need a loading screen? Help. Excuse? Whoa, why are you T-posing behind? Okay, I've seen everything. I have seen everything, thank you, game. I need a drink after that. My god. Health increase. Ooh, nice. Unarmored movement. Increase 3 meters while you're not wearing armor or using a shield. So I need to be naked? Patient defense. Attack rolls against you have disadvantage, and you have advantage on dexterity saving throws. Double your movement speed. Jump no longer requires a bonus action. Retreat to safety by disengaging. Jump no longer requires. Oh. So that's it? Add class? This advanced feature allows you to build powerful combinations of classes at the expense of higher level class features. You can only level up one class at a time. I can become 2? Monk Bard? I'm a Monk Bard. I kinda like Paladin though. But I'm the Dark Urge, how can I be a Paladin? What does Bard do? Vicious Mockery? Insult a creature as disadvantage on your next attack roll. Take only half the damage from bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing attacks. Heroism? Make yourself one or a target immune to frighten and gain 5 temporary hit points each turn. For 10 turns, wow. And Tasha's hideous laughter? Leave a creature prone with laughter without the ability to get up. So I can make them laugh like crazy. Dissonant whispers. Frighten a creature, it'll be easier to hit and cannot move. What is this? Healing word? Heal a creature you can see. You know what? I want to be a monk bard. Let's do it. Yeah, monk bard. Monk bard. So now I can play the instrument, right? Didn't I have a... Here, give it to... Oh wait, I have one already. Okay, goodbye. Yeah, see? I have a violin. So now I can play music. Bardic Inspiration. Inspire an ally to add 1d6 bonus to the next attack roll, ability check, or saving throw. I want to see like enemy just laugh their ass off and cannot do anything. Oh yeah, that's you as well. Alright, what do you do? I love how leveling up requires a loading screen. That's so weird. Turn undead. Pray to turn all undead that can see you. Invoke duplicity. Destroying all enemies with an illusion within 3 meters of the illusion. Attack rolls have advantage for you and your allies. I can add a class for you as well? Nah. There's no need. You just be your, I assume, cleric, right? Yeah, cleric. All good. Okay, bye-bye.
Let's move.
Why is this portrait so cursed? Why is it looking at me?
No one stopped me yet.
I don't know what this combination does. Actually, I have a lot of trouble figuring out what Monk Bard is supposed to do. I don't know what every class is supposed to do. Don't worry about it. We will figure out together. I'm sure I got something in my bag. Hi.
You approach the dying monster. This is the thing that abducted you. You could end its life here and now, if only you didn't feel compassion. Compassion.
Compassion? Compassion? To the squid man that put a goddamn bug in my brain? No, you should be furious, shouldn't you? This is the right step away. Give it to the emotion. I'm not gonna feel compassion to this bitch. I should be furious.
Yes, you feel hate. And you deserve to be punished for it.
Wait, who?
You should be whipped. Made to bow before this creature in shame.
Wait, what?
It's possessing your mind. Forcing you to...
Did I misunderstood what's happening?
But then the feeling slips. The creature's mind seems to focus elsewhere.
Wait, did I misunderstood what's gonna happen? Or did I misunderstood what's happening to me? And who's that furious is supposed to be? Am I the one that's feeling furious or them? I am mega confused. Take advantage of the last break free. I should just break free. How did you understood the mess with your brain? Wasn't I supposed to be furious against this squid man? But the conversation is like... Yeah, I feel hate. Why do I deserve to be punished for it? Oh, it messed with my brain. Force you to... Oh my god, it's fucked. Oh, so okay, so I was right. I feel mad, but the squid man makes me think that because I'm mad, I deserve to be punished for it. Right? That's what happened. Okay. God, that's confusing as fuck. I'm not good with English. I'm not good with... Sorry. Reading things. Concentrate on its thoughts. Take advantage of that. I'm not gonna do intelligence check. Okay, let me check. My intelligence check is like absolute terrible, right? Yeah, see, everything is like -1. It's not Arcana though. Yeah, -1. It's intelligence check. If I concentrate on its thoughts, I can destroy it, right? I'll try it. Add bonus. Guidance, thank you. I need 10. Okay. See, Shadow Heart is great. So bonus of 0 to 3. That seems nice. What Oi, what nice. 19? Good, good, good.
Your minds fuse, lusting for something that is gone. But then its grip claws back with a vengeance. A vice locking your mind into obedience.
Did I lost?
It needs sustenance to survive. And with your very body, you can provide.
What? What? Submit to the feeling leading as for kiss. I'm not gonna kiss a squid man. I'm not gonna do it. No. Resist the intrusion of everything you have. Wisdom is +2, I believe. My wisdom, I believe, is +2. Double check. Yeah, wisdom +2. Okay, okay. I am checking this shit. Oh, 5? Yeah, get out of here. I'm not gonna kiss a squid man. You're not a dragon. Get out of here.
The monster lies exhausted, defeated. Its eyes, wet orange pearls, radiate malice.
Leave the dice slowly. Close those eyes forever. I will close those eyes forever because they put the thing in my brain. Get the fuck out of here.
Monster. Death is too good for it.
Yeah. Spike ball. Good enough, good enough. Which way is the path forward? Stomp. Loot randomized? Honestly, I have no idea. Wasn't loot always like randomized?
Over there. Worth checking for supplies, maybe.
Born. Oh, I'm not proficient with this weapon. Goblin bow. Supply pack. Goblin bow. Light crossbow. Short bow. A short bow different from a bow? There's so many things I'm trying to learn. There's so many things. Okay, wear this? Yeah, but it doesn't look good. Nuh-uh. There, okay. I like bow. That doesn't look good.
What's going on with that room? Looks unstable somehow.
I'm going in. We saw a skull there last time. Oh. Alright, what is this?
Approach the sigil on the stone. Magic glitters and swirls from it erratically, as if malfunctioning. It looks slightly dangerous.
It looks slightly dangerous. Touch. Oh, Kobo brain. The Kobo brain's barging in. Touch. I'm gonna die. Oh shit. Ow. Oh.
A hand? Anyone?
The fuck? Fantasize about the fuck? Fantasize about the hacking of the... What made you do this? Slap the... I love this game. Who are you? Ignore the urge to mayhem, grab the hand and pull. Attune yourself to the sigil's magic, then bid it to quiet down. It's far too dangerous. Live to... Can't you just pull the hand? Why do I need to do a check for grab the hand and pull? How do I know your name is Gale? Shortbow and longbow different. Don't know what the difference in Baldur's Gate 3 though. Okay. Attune yourself to the sigil's magic and bid it to quiet down. So if I do this, now I'm gonna try. I have some strength, right? Oh, details +1 from strength. Yeah, okay. 7. I can keep doing this, right? The target gains a 1d for ability checks. Okay, let's just do it. Just do it. Nice. Grab it.
That's it. Go on. Keep pulling.
I'm trying. I'm gonna get sucked in. Oh, hi. Are you the one that made this sigil?
Oh. Hello. I'm Gale of Waterdeep. Apologies. Usually better at this.
At introductions. And not wasting the time of passing one adventurers. I certainly hope so. Why am I so mean? Waterdeep, best city ever. Ooh, never heard of that. Are you alright?
A bit shocked, but friend, it's a relief and a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
I'm scared.
Say, but I know you, don't I? In a manner of speaking. You were on the North Lloyd as well.
Never mind the Nautiloid. How do you get stuck in that stone? You don't trust this man. Throw your weapon. I was, yeah.
And I can only assume you too were on the receiving end of a rather unwelcome insertion in the ocular region.
Couldn't have phrased it more repentantly myself. Unwelcome insertion in the ocular region. That means bug in eye, right? Ocular is eye. Okay. Go on.
The insertee we speak of, this parasite, are you aware that after a period of excruciating gestation, it will turn us into mind flayers? It's a process known as ceremorphosis, and let me assure you, it is to be avoided.
Uh-huh.
You don't happen to be a cleric by any chance, do you? A doctor? Surgeon? Uncannily adroit with a knitting needle?
Nope.
You seem to know enough about our condition to realize it's beyond most clerics' skills.
Most, no doubt, but I find myself hoping to be in the presence of the few. You don't happen to be one of them.
I can tend to basic wounds and ailments, but alien parasites? I'm afraid not. Oh, I'm a bard! Me loves him. I'm afraid of him. Too outgoing for my taste. I'm a little scared. I can tend to basic wounds and ailments, but alien parasites? I'm afraid not.
As we've established, few enough can. It's not exactly a common affliction.
Well, yeah.
We're certainly going to need a healer, and soon too. How about we lend each other a helping hand once more and look for a healer together?
Do I trust you? No, thank you. I'm not looking for another traveling companion. Sounds like a plan. You're welcome to join me. Can I disband them afterwards if I find a way to get Dragonborn? Honestly, it's nice to see a friendly face. Yeah, he seems nice. Okay, fine. You're not bound. Let's go.
Most excellent. A parasite shared is a parasite halved, or something to that effect. Oh, but before you think you're about to embark on a journey with most ill-mannered a man, thank you for pulling me out of that stone. was an act of foresighted kindness, I assure you. I have the feeling ample opportunities will present themselves for me to return the favor.
Why do you look so scary? Oh, you're a wizard. Your party is shown inside the screen. The portraits show your character's health and conditions. Gil. You're not bound to party, you can pick whoever you want with you.
Elminster's not around, so might as well.
So I cannot... Are you saying that I cannot disband them afterwards if I want to? I'm sad though. Gain 2 spells. Sculpt spells. Evocation Savant. Level 1 spell slot unlocked. All choices pending. Burning Hand, Charm Person. Chromatic Orb. Color Spray. Disguise Self. Expeditious Retreat. Oh, you have the Tasha Hideous Laughter as well. Ray of Sickness. Protection from evil and good. The Long Strider. Increase the creature's movement speed by 3 meters. Enhance Sleep. Ice Knife. Throw a shot of ice that deals 1 to 10 piercing damage, explodes and deal 2 to 12 cold damage to anyone nearby. Leads an ice surface. Ooh. Summon a familiar, a fey spirit that takes an animal form for your choosing. Nice. Nice. And I don't know, I feel like I kind of like Ice Knife. Let's do it. There you go. You can choose whoever of your traveling club comes with you and who stays at camp. Okay. Hi Merb. Yippoo. Yippee. Welcome in, Merb. How you doing? How's the best boat doing? Doing road testing. Yep, road testing. We love to hear those.
Don't mind if I do.
Sorts of rogue's morsel. I love how the bird noises are louder than everything around here.
Broken. Must have been here a while.
Looks like it. I would join the roll. The roll with the bold chapel entrance. Now that we are playing Baldur's Gate, I'm gonna prepare some stuff for my D&D campaign.
Dale. Yip, Dale. Yip, Dale.
For your D&D campaign, ooh, wait, you know D&D stuff? Oh, that's so cool. I have 0 experience on D&D. Oh, the fuck. What? Am I dead? Oh, twisting vines.
Either we act now, you're both twice as tall as me, but have half the bloody backbone. But we don't know what that thing even is. And what about the crypt? I'm telling you, it's a ship. And the crypt can wait. Mari and Barton have been trying to break in for days. Now we... Stop!
Stop!
Got ourselves competition already. That's our ship.
What ship? I don't want to hurt you, but provoke me and I'll keep stabbing long after you're dead. I am not competition, I am annihilation. I sound like an anime villain. I play lots of D&D. What? It's so cool. I mean no harm. I'm just looking around. That ship's full of monsters. I won't go near it. I think that ship's an invasion force. Run while you can. The only thing you own is your life. Live before I take that too. +2 from intimidation proficiency. Deception proficiency +2. This one's nothing. Strength +1. Dude, it's either deception or intimidation. I love intimidation. Yeah, let's do it. How much? 10? Oh, you shouldn't have. 10? I mean, unless I get a critical fail, then yeah, it happened on my first ever roll in this game. I cannot. Alright, I got this. Nice. 24, let's go. This game is Twitch integration. Oh yeah, I saw, but I don't know how to like put it in. I think it requires overlay on Twitch. We just wonder, does the parasite require a brain to go mind flayer? What would it do with a brain implant? Ooh, I don't know.
Well, in that case, come on you lot. No point in getting killed. Second worm gets the cheese and all.
Second mouse gets the cheese, no?
Nobody's getting any damn cheese! Now move it!
I kind of feel bad. I kind of feel bad.
More cunning than you look. I thought we had a fight on our hands.
Oh, there were 4 people. Oh, we almost died. They had ambush. That was kind of scary. Walnut, pighead. No cheese.
Time and the elements have left the plaque unreadable.
Alright, if only there were a way to also have a party of 4 at this point. Nuh-uh. I don't see dragon. What was I saying? Something party of 4, right? My brain actually got destroyed by... If I look at the dragon, then yeah. Oh, I can use a torch as a weapon? Burlap sack. You're playing as a Dragonborn? Yeah. Look at the Dragonborn. So cool. So cool. Dragonborn. I'm a golden Dragonborn. I thought Dragonborns have no tail. Oh yeah, at first there's no tail, but I saw like an option to give tail. And you know, I heckin' love tail.
What do you give a look? Everything all right out there?
You sound like a... performance. Yes, it's me. Let me in. Yeah, they have tail. Deception. Gimbal trigger some trap. He needs help now. Gimbal ran. Your friends abandoned you. Let me in now. Deception? Do I roll for deception? I feel like I'm a terrible Dragonborn. Like I'm a chaotic bad, or neutral bad. I think. Yeah, why not? Why not? Go! Other streamer just crashed through the roof and kill. Wow!
I told it wasn't safe out there. Get inside and I'll rustle up some bandages.
Oh, I look so I look so content. Going in, thank you. You're gonna die. Surprised? Enemy is surprised and cannot take reactions, or move on to the first round of combat. If you surprise these and... Okay, surprise good. There. Alright, who wants to get punched? Oh, actually, can I make you laugh like crazy? Leave a creature prone with laughter without the ability to get up. The creature must have an intelligence of 5 or more. Target can try to shake off with the effect each time it takes damage. 45%? What? Vicious Mockery. Insult the creature. Dissemination on its next attack roll. I'm gonna try this, even though it's only 45%. Do it! Oh my god, that's... Oh, that's so sad. Yeah, keep laughing, buddy. Now kill him! Yeah, let me just like get into position real quick, alright? This is until long rest. Okay. Healing evocation is just like I can keep doing this. Melee has advantage when he's on the ground. Oh, okay. Immediately by ignore. Alright, I'll wait one turn. You, however, get in. And what do you have? This is action. This is... Bong. Excuse me? The fuck? How do you even miss that shit? And it's in D&D. I don't know how much of the D&D 5e rule set can be applied to this game. I have zero knowledge. Ray of Frost, Mage Hand, Grease? Grease? Cover the ground in grease, slowing creatures within the... and possibly making them fall prone. Can you laugh and sleep? Put creatures into a magical slumber. Snake targets up to combine 24 hit points. Oh. Oh, hi Kafira. Hello. How you doing? We got Randy Pitchford. We got Grease. I think it changes around quite a bit. Like how either short bow or long bow with the better one in Baldur's Gate on the 2. Did you see the clip posted? Yeah, the the wall just opened up on the side and it's like I don't even know how many fucking I don't even know how many. I have no more action. Okay, you wait here. It's my turn! How do I get my key points back? I'll recharge on short rest. Oh, okay. Can I heroism myself? Oh, that uses an action. Hamstring shot. Piercing strike, flourish, fire breath. Nah, just attack. No, melee. Thank you. Get. Buddy, shut the fuck up! How do you even miss someone that's on the floor? Thanks, game. Oh my god, just bonk this guy. Thank you. Oh fuck, I'm gonna die. Oh, let's go. We take those. We take those. Can I use Double Torch? Oh, I can use Double Torch. Let's go.
Ha 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 hee 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 hoo 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 skull and crossbones.
What? Oh, I had another torch, don't I? Yeah, nah. Yo, I look so I look so cool. Let's go. 2 torches. Darkness. Use a light source like a torch or a light spell to see in the dark. Creatures with dark vision don't need an external light source. Oh, okay. It's okay, I can see things. We're gonna prepare some D&D lurky schmurky. Okay. And good luck with the preparation. Supply pack. It's mine now. Water heavy and cheese wedge. Ooh.
I'll take that.
Take it. Can I take these? Oh, I can. Anything good? Bottle? Oh. Milk can? Yeah. Oh, wait, is it empty? Can I drink it? Smells a bit sour. Oh, fuck it. Get out of here. No. You're not. No. Burning stick of pumpkin. If only there was some kind of stealth expert you could have in your party. That would be really kind to the developers. Plate ball. Oh, they sell for 1 gold. Yeah, I'm taking those. What the... There's nothing on the shelf.
No more prayers. Only dust and silence.
That sounds kind of sad.
Who are those prayers for? Normally the patron god is obvious. Not here.
Sticker books. Oh my god, there's so many books. The Curse of the Vampire. Oh god, too many words. Kobo no likey. Oh god.
Ancient, indecipherable text covers the plaque.
Oh wait, can you read this?
Whoever worshipped here must be long gone.
Can you read this?
Ancient,
Okay, fine.
indecipherable text covers the plaque.
Dead tongue. Whoever worshipped here must be long gone.
Ah, crap. Oh, it's sturdy. Someone just said you're unusually strong. You need to deal with enough damage at once. Or deal enough damage at once to actually damage them. Lockpick? Dexterity plus 3? Yo! 15? Why is everything so hard to open? Oh, lucky! Me did read that 100 squads burn roughly 40 to 50 cal. So, I'm gonna try that. 100 squads sounds really hard though. Who? Mari? If I dash in, I can only attack him once. I can, however. Tasha, he just laughed. Oh, I need movement? Do I need to be that close? What do? You use action. Dash uses action. God damn it. Can I delay my turn? It's not a thing in this game, right? Because in Divinity Original Sin 2, I can't delay my turn. Unless it's a button for it. Nope, I don't see it. Oh, it's a ranger. Shit, I need to get close. Get as close as possible. All right, let's do it. Hey, do you like it when I'm here?
And move.
I'm in your face, and I'm gonna stab you. Don't move. Oh, free. Let's go, free. Free. Ooh. Basic poison. Must be wielding a weapon that can be coded. Oh shit, okay. Book of Final Breath. That sounds kinda sad. Dancer or scroll text feel legible. Entry seems to detail the names and final words of numerous individuals. What? Laboratory explosion. Waylaid in a Neverwinter alley? Watered Havian Featherlong. What the fuck is all that? Ooh. Can I read that? The sealing ritual. Cares of petty ritual. There's only one seal. There's only the sealing. It is final that we observe with exacting reverence. On the day of the sealing, a mixture of bone and ash is consecrated. Upon the names of the dead, we spread the offering, imbuing the ink of the essence of death for offer. Oh wow. Okay. Cool. Alright. More torch? Don't mind if I do. That looks explosive. Water Havian means from water deep, another major city. Ah, okay.
No lock, no handle. How does it open?
Lockpicking impossible? What? Oh, it's sturdy. God damn it.
Seems simple enough.
Oh. Oh my god, there's enemy. I'm gonna die. Who are you? What weapon are you using? You are a bow. You are a dagger. And you are bonk. Why is the one using bow in the middle? That is wrong. I'm going in. Hey, do not move, alright? I implore you, please do not move. Let me bonk you instead. Shit.
Death is but a word away.
Okay, any bonus action that you can do? It's all action. Okay, I think from here, Gale might be able to do something.
Certainly.
Which bolt? Link yourself to a target with a bolt lightning, deal an additional 1 to 12 each turn by activating it. Oh! Release a wave of thunderous force that pushes away all creatures and objects. Okay, fireball, very self-explanatory. Grease. Grease. Oh, wait, I can grease here. So that you don't move. I can grease here. It doesn't grease myself, but I can grease this guy. Ooh. It's safe by grease? What do you mean? Fine.
Clear off. We got here first.
Nuh-uh. That's right. That's right. Oh my god, I'm so good. Okay, you however might need to dash.
got to move.
Okay, deepen grease. Alter the surface. To alter the surface or enhance the weapon. If you're outdoor wielding, you can dip both weapons. Must be a dippable surface. Are you saying grease is not dippable? Okay, fine. Shield of Faith, Healing Ward. Okay. I mean, I cannot even attack. Yeah. Wait, you have a bow. Shit. Damn, I'm getting smoked. I'm getting cooked. I'm getting cooked. 3 to 18 damage. Dissonant Whisper. Frighten a creature, it'll be easier to hit and cannot move. Oh, cannot move. That'll be great. Ah, fuck. We can ignore this guy. Oh, I can do someone else. 35%? 40%? This is until long rest. I can keep doing this. God, only 40% is kinda sad. I'm gonna try it anyway. Oh, do I do it on this guy? 45%. Okay, I'll do it on this guy, 45%. Yeah. That works. Yeah, keep laughing.
Unleash me.
I'm gonna assume the grease can be set on fire. So I'm gonna do a firebolt. Oh, do I have to aim the grease? Oops. Well, I tried. What the fuck? What the fuck is going on? (9-7). Okay, so Shadowheart is in danger zone. This is kind of bad. Uh-oh. What's happening? Down. If a member of your adventuring party reaches 0 hit points, they are down. This is a state between life and death, where they roll each turn to survive. On 3 successful rolls, they become stable. On 3 failures, they die? Helping down characters. Down characters can get back up if they regain hit points. Allies can help down characters by healing them or using the help action. Well, I cannot heal anymore. I need a level 1 spell slot. Better win fast now. I cannot hit them, it feels like. This is action, this is bonus action. I need to kill them fast. It's so easy to miss. I'm gonna die. I didn't save. Yo. Did you get knocked down just now? Inflict wounds. Guidance. This one requires bonus action. Okay. And then the rest requires action. What if I heal them? Let's try healing them. Did that work? Target is too close. Oh, wow. So when the target is too close, range attack is not gonna work well. Guiding bolt. The next attack roll against the target is an advantage. Oh my god, shit, there's so many things! Putrefy a creature with the necrotic energy filling your hands. So can I just... Oh, I need to walk there. Sorry, give me a second. I'm just gonna kill this thing first. Haha, bye bye. Get holied. Okay, no more action. No more action. Okay. Critical miss. Let's go. That sounds bad. Oh!
I need to hold on.
Oh, shit! What a screaming. They scream forever. Take only half the damage from bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing attacks. Vicious Mockery. Insult a creature. Disadvantage on its next attack roll. This is tough. This is tough. I can Vicious Mockery, I guess. I can just be like, ah, you suck. You pox none. Away with you, pox none. You suck. Okay. What is this? Potion of speed. Bonus. Oh, drinking potion requires bonus action. I still have bonus action. I should probably heal. Oh, healing cures fire. Okay. Why do you not have action point? There's nothing you can do. What is wrong with you? Just drink a potion. Shadowheart, please don't die. I need healing. Resistance. Make a target more resistant to spell effects and conditions. It resists a 1d4 bonus to saving throws. 10 turns. Guidance. Second frame. Oh. Drink! And go for target with Flame Knight Radiance. Burning will probably kill them. Let's... 36%. Just a second. Fireball? 75%. Ooh, let's do it. Burn. Oh, get crit, stupid. Oh. Dipped in fire. Oh, fuck. I'm just gonna do main attack. Heal! Wait, why are you using your bonus action as well? Ah, crap. Fuck. It's okay, I can tank this. Actually... Oh, wait, you have attack opportunity when you're a mage? Why? I'm not gonna move then. I'll ignis you back. Oh, actually, can I ignis you? I'm gonna ignis you back. Oh, actually, can I ice dagger? Don't I have an ice dagger just now? It's okay. Ignis. I'm so good. Ignis. End of day. Your replenishable resources are dwindling. Take a long rest to restore hit point. We win. Ignis. Leather gloves. Leather boots. Javelin. Great club. Main hand only. When you miss an attack, you deal 1 bludgeoning
Godro
damage.
bongo, Godro bongo, Godro bongo.
We Ignis here. Feels good, man. Okay, yeah, let me take all of that. Thank you very much. I would love the big bonking stick. Thank you very much. God, but I love the torch though. I'll keep the torch. I'll keep the torch. Simple robe. I also have the simple robe. Quarter stuff. As students of the arcane arts, wizards can learn new spells by studying certain spell scrolls instead of using them. Open spell book, learn new spells. Bird. Class actions, spell you what? Common reactions. I don't know what's going on. Can somebody else take the torches? I'm a monk. I should be using torches, right? I want to use torches. Go, go, go. Get things, get things. Ooh, more torches. Basic poison. I love how gold is like not of circular shape. Gold is now this shape. Kinda cool, kinda cool. I'll take everything I can and I'll sell them for money. More books that I'm not gonna read them. Yeah, they are mega strong. Oh, I almost lost that fight. Good thing I have the health potions. The Unclaimed. Oh, it's a book. Death and Divinity, a Godly Guide. 28 gold. Wow. Okay. Can I sit here? I sure can. With 2 torches. Let's go. Oh, can I line up this thing? Ooh, cool. It's a very easy fight to lose, even so an experienced D&D player lose it, and that was with a party of 4. I'm good at this game? Whoa. Actually, no, it's not like... What? What happened? You asked me? I don't know. Come to think of it, the 4th member looked like a rogue. Wonder where he came from. Must be nearby. Probably. Oh, okay, wait. The sun is too harsh. I have to close the curtains real quick. It's making my mouse drift. Oh yeah, here, let me demonstrate. My mouse is now airborne, placed facing the sun right now. I just shake it. Look, the sun can control my mouse mid-air. Cool. Okay, let me close the curtain. Is your mouse a vampire? Probably. Probably. Squirming in agony as it tries to protect itself. It's so sad. Oh, this opened the door. This door had no lock and everything. I can open it up, but there's nothing in here. Oh. I might need to camp. You can restore 50% of hit points. Warlocks restore their spell slots. Long rest. Go to camp and end the day. You can use camp supplies to regain hit points, spell slots, and short rests. I still have short rest. Let's use it.
Time to get going.
Opulent chest. Oh my god, oh my god. Ooh, money.
This place wasn't built for the living.
This one sells for 5. I do not like that sound. I hear whispering. Oh, protection from evil and good. Can I study it? It didn't say that I can learn things. I don't know. Toggle non-lethal attacks. Knock someone unconscious instead of killing them. Must be unarmed or using a melee weapon. Doesn't work on undead and constructs. So I can just decide to not kill someone. I don't know, many games which turns cup and mugs into useful items so likely sellable. Yeah. Medium toughness.
A couple turns should do it.
10? Oh. Only 10? Let's go. That's a crit. We take those. You roll a 20 on this skill check, a critical success. You automatically passed it. Let's go. When I feel like dank crypt. Save. Nope. Override. Yes.
Armed scribes, but no sign of a struggle.
I wonder what was so subversive about their words that they commanded protection.
Ring! Ring, 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 ring. Oh my god, oh my god! Ring! I'm kind of curious. You know what? At first, the first weapon that the game gave me was a quarterstaff. But versatile? I don't even know what that means. I'm just gonna equip this and see how it looks like.
Look at that. Jurgle, the scribe of the dead. This chapel must be ancient.
The look is super mega ultra dead. Yeah.
Get on my feet.
More quarterstaff. Oh, key.
Let's see what this does.
Maybe Gale can read this. Play plug. This thing.
The inscription is in a language unknown to you.
One with the weave.
The inscription is in a language unknown to you.
It's sad. Okay, well, so there's a door, and also there's this little cave here. I'm curious about the door. I'm gonna go to the door first. Oh. Wow, spooky.
Looks like someone wanted to bury their secrets.
Book of Dead Gods.
This book is far lighter than it should be with such a massive lock.
Search for an arcane rune to sabotage. Smash the lock open. -1. +1 from strength. Advantage situation. Okay. So let's try this. 15. Uh-oh. This might be a little hard. Oh, please be more than 15. I need my strength. I'm a dragonborn. Go. Oh. Oh, unlucky. No. Oh, I can roll again. Use inspiration. Sure. I don't know what inspiration is, but I hope that's not using... I don't know. Roll. Let's go. That's enough, right? 21. 21. Woo!
As the lock opens, a loose page comes with it. Magic pulses from the parchment.
That's so cool.
What was once script is now an obliterated scrawl. You have a sense these are names, a list. But of what?
Religion. Examine the book more closely. From guidance. -1 for intelligence. I probably need Gale's help for this, but I'm gonna do it my way. 10. Okay, there's a chance. There's a chance. Let's go. Hey, look at that. We got it. We got it. We got it.
Gods. These are the names of gods.
Shadowheart approves. Thank you.
Now restored after the second sundering. The last 3 names in this book sit close together, but are so devastated by the scroll as to be unreadable. Entire pantheons have dwindled and been reborn, silently recorded by this book.
Gale's is inspired? What inspiration gain? Accolade Divinity Undone. Shadowheart is inspired. What? That books must be expensive. Feels like it. Secrets of Sundering. I'm not gonna read the Book of Dead Gods. Oh. Ring! More ring! Put it in. It's mine. Yeah. How much does your Walker Redeem burn? I have no idea. Moisturize and stretch? Okay. Inspiration means you get a reroll, but you stop being inspired once you use it. Don't know how the game handles getting inspiration though. Like an extra chance. Yeah. More ring. Soul coin? These coins can power infernal engines.
A strange coin. I wonder what it's worth.
I want money.
Have to keep going.
Is it painful to see someone who have zero knowledge on D&D to play this game? The one you're seeing right before you? I hope not. I'm trying. I actually try my best to learn what's going on. There's so many things happening and I love it. It's kind of fun learning all about these, like, the dice rolls and everything. Okay, wear this. Cool. Bowl? Nah, only 1 gold. Plate? Only 1 gold. Cup? 30 gold? Oh, we take those. Bottle only 2 gold. Yeah, see, these I can make a fortune out of. Can I... Is there a bun too? Yeah, sword. Type. Cool. Oh, I wish I could use a rapier. I cannot hold it. I miss my double torch. Nice seeing someone have fun. Yeah, nice. I am actually having so much fun with this game. I'm still surprised that my PC is like handling this game quite well. So yeah, I'm glad. Very happy. Uh-oh. Cool. Nice. A good stretch. Dagger root. Ashes of dagger root. Why? Rapier cool. User of rapier also cool. Yeah. There's something about the use of rapier just so elegant. I love them. Balsam. Survival check. What? What's with survive? This thing?
I need a shovel to dig this up.
Can't you use your hand? I don't have a shovel. Dang it. Oh, I'm back here.
Here goes nothing.
Oh,
By the hells, what is that?
am I dead? Ooh. Did you ever try digging deep holes with just hands? Not easy. Yeah, true. You just came back. 2 torches? Yeah. 2 torches is OP. Can I heal here? What? I cannot heal when laying on bed? Oh. I swear you have dark vision. Wait, I have? How do I check? Is it common? Oh, I never tried performing. Probably not the monk thing. Under your character, you should have it as a passive. Passive. Notable features? I don't know. but having 2 torches is also really strong though. It's like D&D. I mean, people have been telling me that this game is like very, very close to being D&D. Oh, I know this place. The place where I almost lost to the team. It's just that I came in from the other way. Alright, let's get out. It is, it's just that you can't do everything you want. I feel like the game is quite like very a wide freedom of choice already. But maybe I don't know because I never played like a proper D&D. So what? I never played like a proper D&D before, so yeah, I can't say for sure. Look, honestly, I played this game just because there's Dragonborns in there and they look really good. Just Kobo things, I love them. Oh yeah, that's a waypoint. Now I can able to play it. Nice. Yeah, it's great. Like this is coming from a person who never played or never touched D&D before. Like zero knowledge with D&D. I'm enjoying this game a lot.
You think it's dangerous?
Of course it's dangerous. One of them carved up Zoru's whole squad.
So let's leave it.
And let the goblins have it? No. Everyone else we take it to the grove.
I'll be fine.
I cannot hide. Save game. Help. Override. Yes. You play monk, which is quite simple but high damage. Yeah, I just punched them. I want to play bard. I'm a monk bard. I can taunt them. I can make them laugh, and I punch them. Monk bard. Hi. They want to kill me? I'm lagging. Help. Oh god.
Zoru was right. Yellow as a toad, twice as ugly.
The thing's dangerous. Leave it for the goblins to kill.
And if it escapes, how will you... Oh, a guest.
Your skull pounds in response to the prisoner's white-hot stare. Her lips don't move, yet you hear her voice.
I know you.
Get rid of them.
Multi-classing. Yeah, the game. It's like when I level up, the game is like, ooh, you want to add a class? Like, I want a bard. Okay, rather demanding for a woman in your position. Why should I? Don't worry, I'll get them out of here one way or another. The creature is dangerous. Get over here. Leave it to me. Hi, cauliflower. To be fair, if you level to level 3, it gives you a huge bonus. Oh, nice. Persuasion. Shoot the traps now. We must kill it before it harms. Are we gonna kill Lazel? Oh god, you called a scout. The gift invasion forces right behind me. Save yourselves. Okay, this one is +2. Persuasion, nah. Deception +2. Ooh. Nah, I like this. I like this one. Look at this deception. Oh god. Let's go. I'm a bard. A 10. So easy. Let's go. Please don't be a 1. Oh, thank god. Multi-classing means you don't reach the level 3 for the class first, and you also get the proficiency bonus.
Hells, this isn't worth it. I'm out of here.
Yeah, bye-bye. Gale approves.
Get me down.
Say, say please. I fucking love the dialogue option for this game. Leave. just shoo them away and then leave. Now that they're out of earshot, sure, I guess. Yeah. Okay, fine. Bye-bye.
Observe and listen. You'll hear goblins before you see them.
As you say.
Questionable intellect. Unsurprising.
Release me, or enjoy a future as Geich.
What does Geich mean?
Mind flayers. The atrocities we are becoming.
Oh. Becoming? There's no references there. That's so sad.
I know a remedy. Release me and I will share it.
Okay, if you say so, how do I... Oh, do I just beat it? Okay. Attack. Can't reach destination. Oh my god, you suck. What am I supposed to do? Oh, shoot it.
Enough dawdling. Get me down.
I'm trying. Shut the fuck up. Thank you.
The tadpole hasn't yet scrambled all your senses. Auspicious. But the longer we wait, the more it consumes. My people possess the cure for this infection. I must find a creche. You will join me.
That's really demanding.
She obviously sees your kindness as weakness. Don't let her take advantage.
Oh, Shadowheart doesn't like this. I thought you already had a cure with you right here. A simple thank you won't go up, miss. Alright, we journey together. Let's find this creche. We go our separate ways, I think. What exactly is a creche?
It is many things. A hatchery, a training grounds, a shelter. Githyanki protocol is clear. When infected with a Geich tadpole, we must report to Augustil for purification.
I thought you already had a cure with you right here.
A pity that. I made an offer and you accepted. Your fantasy is not my burden.
Wow, she's so mean. Wow. I cannot believe it. I got you baited. Wow. I got you baited. I'll leave one spot so that when I find a Dragonborn, I can just find get the dragon. 3 people is enough shot to get out.
You would sacrifice yourself to Geich.
Nope.
Such tiring mediocrity.
Wait a minute, we can speak there. Fine, we can try working together. Again, your party being full doesn't appear from recruiting. It doesn't? I kind of the swindle and romance. Nah, I only find dragons, to be honest. They just go to camp. Okay, where my camp? We can speak there.
Very well, but heed my words.
Shadowheart disapproves.
Mentioned a camp. One there, this Zoru, has seen Githyanki.
A crash must be near. I must interrogate this Zoru. Our very lives depend on it. I will be at your camp. Do not keep me waiting.
You will be waiting forever. I'm sorry. Ooh, dragon. Oh, there's a bow.
I need more pockets.
Oh, shit. Your movement and rolls will be negatively impacted until you drop some items. No! Take some daggers, Shadowheart. Take some hand axes. If you want the bonking stick, you can get it. If you want this one, you can get it as well. Oh, javelin. Nah, I still love my double double torch. He doesn't sound very sorry. No, I do. There, okay. Now I can walk again. Gonna love the double torch. Wait, are we back here again? Oh, okay, I should walk the other way. Why am I running so stiffly with two torches? Damage snare trap.
Another broken trap. Who made these things?
I don't know.
I hear shouting up ahead.
We should check it out, but be careful.
Okay, Shadowheart. Auto save? Oh god. You're always fun? Wow! Oh, I'm gonna die. Okay, how many of them are there? 3? 18 health to...
Open the bloody gate! Nobody gets in! Zevlor's orders! That pack of goblins will be on us any second! What's going on? Goblins are on our tail! Open the gate! Zevlor, now! You let goblins here? Where is the druid? Please! There's no time!
It's just goblins. Why are you so scared of goblins? Is that a goblin?
Open the gate!
Too late. We have a doggo here. Oh, you guys dead. Oh boy. Yeah, no, they're dead. Oh.
Damnable roach. Provoke the blade. And suffer its sting.
Oh, he's cool. How many? Somebody didn't open the gate yet. Okay, who is my enemy here? Let me see. Okay, so these three I'm supposed to save. Where's the cool guy? Oh, up here. Battle. In order to fulfill your bloodlust, I can punch people again. 27, 9. Goblin boss? You? Man, if I go in, I'm probably gonna die. I mean, it would be great if I can just go like range, but that's lame. I'm going in. Dash who? Are you using ranged attacks? Okay, which one of you is ranged? Not a single one of you is ranged. You look like you're ranged. Goblin booyah. Okay. I'm gonna get the goblin booyah just because I have like opportunist. All right, here I come. Here comes the double torch. Psych! I'm punching you. Oh shit! Oh fuck! Oh shit! I didn't see something up there. Oh no! Hey, Shadowheart, you cannot heal? What happened? Why does Shadowheart cannot heal? Maybe you want to heal help? Help out down characters, remove burning and snare, entangle and web prone and sleeping. Get up! Not enough movement. Question, will you do more character with models at Kobo? Yes. Definitely. Whoa, I can just jump up here. Do you have opportunist? How do I check? Oh, there it is. Opportunity attack. Okay, good. Jump up there. Don't let them move. Oh shit, it says not enough movement. How about this one? Okay, this one's enough. Go. What a jump, what a jump. Okay.
By sickle and sword.
I'm trying. Oh, someone's dead. Whoa. Oh, when I'm down, I have no action. Well, that's kinda bad, isn't it? Look, I don't think you can shoot me here. Is there a way to heal myself? Other than drinking potion? No? Oh, this is bad. Let me think. If I stand here, I don't think they can shoot at me. Is there any other place that I can hide? I'm not seeing any place that I can hide, to be honest. Okay, I'm just gonna...
Let me try healing. You are funny, dexterous, and kind.
What? I cannot, there's no heal. God, I have to, okay, fine, drink it. Oh, is that full heal? We take those. Alright, end turn. They all look really strong. I'm gonna die. Oh, nice. Who are you? Oh, wait, you're on our side. Oh my god, you suck. You had high ground, you critical missed. Okay, bonus action, action. This is bonus action. So I could technically kill two things here. Well, technically. I can damage twice with my punches. Right? Yeah, okay. So I main attack you. Boom. Oh, I'm dual wielding. I'm stupid. Okay, fine. Fine. I'll just get into position. Oh, I'm a little scared, but okay.
Path lies before me.
Nice. No, oh, wow. Give an action and a bonus action. You don't have any bonus action to deal damage? No, it's all action. God damn it. Sacred Flame Radiant. Flame like Radiance. 55. Fireball 1 to 10. 1 to 10. I don't know how I feel about that. Can I like this? Okay, let me get up here. And I now have the high ground. No, I don't. Oh, Ignis! We take those, Ignis. Try to push the target away. Your chances depend on your athletics, and are higher if you hit them invisible. So if I push you, can I push you? I can actually push you. Oh, oh my god! Oh, that's fun. Oh, that's fun. Alright, give me a second. I just want to take something. Okay, thank you very much. I'm gonna stay up here and then just do Ignis. Whoa! Oh. You should shot first. Nice, good shit. Okay, now, stupid, just jump. Not enough movement. When you jump to, path is interrupted. I can walk here, but I cannot jump there? My man. My man. What are you doing? Okay, there we go. Oh, this is perfect. Okay, let's see. Let's do Ignis. Oh, this one is the most health. Ignis. Oh. Not me! Oh my god, I'm dying. Cool. Thank you. Alright, you fuck. Listen to my mockery, you bitch. You suck! Toenail tasting Toronto! That didn't work! Oh, 1 health, god damn it. That didn't work. Alright, here comes a good old Ignis. You suck. Oh my god, this work is dodging. Nice. Nice. Okay, please, for the love of God, let this Ignis be good, alright? Thank you, Ignis. Nice. We're ignising our way to victory. Nice. How much health do you have? How are you taking so much? I'm gonna do it again. Are you intelligent? Are you clever enough to get mocked? Over here?
Barrel sharp, the wit on you.
I love this. It's so good. Get stabbed, idiot. Ugh, fuck. Hey, you know what time it is? You know what time it is? Ignis. Oh my god, Shadowheart, you suck. Why are you trying to hit your own people? Wait, why are you trying to hit your own people? Let's go. I didn't do shit.
Inside, all of you, more may follow. Open the gate.
Come here, my Ignis gang. Alright, please give me a few seconds. Ritual staff? Whoa, I won. I'm so strong. Morning Star, I got a bonk. Oh, not proficient. Javelin. Can I have like double javelin though? No? Boo, boo. Ritual staff, versatile. Oh, it's a bonker. It's a quarterstaff. 4 to 11. Torch is 5 to 11. Come on. Torch is stronger. Not proficient with shields. I think shield is Shadowheart. This battle has so many misses. It happens, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Also, I love how you can just push things down. Am I too late? No, not latest type. Thank you. Maybe all of them need some torch. There you go. Alright, I think that's everything. I mean, they say more may follow, but that might be a lie. Crimes? Certain actions are frowned upon others. Get caught and you might find yourself in a prison cell. What did I do? I didn't do shit, I'm just looting. No, not latest. What'd I do? Alright, we're going in. Hey, can you open that gate again? Like, pretty please? Oh, am I actually too late? Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, we're in. Look at that. Beautiful. Hi.
There are children here, you fool! We was running for our lives. You led them straight to us, and you let them take the druid too? Unbelievable!
Wait, there's one goblin. There's 10. I'm leaving before the horde shows up. One fight just ended, and now you're picking another. Relax, Druid. Those goblins didn't take any prisoners. They can cough up my payment. And where my money? Huh? Give me, You don't think I hard I poke out you? Where my money? What's unbelievable is how we beat the goblins. You're both heroes. Damn, I'm like the bard that just sings everyone praise. Yeah, I'm a bard now. Oh shit! Oh shit! That's a little hard. Oh, I'm gonna die. They're gonna hate me forever. Please be a 20. Oh god. Oh, it's a +4 just to mock me. Oh, okay. You. Oh, I can roll it. I'll take it. I mean, it's hard to cheer people out who in the middle of a fight. Fair. I didn't think of that. Game, please. Game. Oh, use inspiration 1. I don't know how much inspiration I have. Ah, thank you, game. Totally am not cheating. Success.
And who the hell are you again? Show some respect. If not for them, your pathetic life would be over. Well, I didn't ask for any goddamn help.
You were asking to open the gate.
Me to open the gate. Anything to save yourself, you coward.
What a bitch! You actually asked for help.
Twitches. He's about to blow.
That bitch actually asked for help, and now he's being like a bitch and say I didn't ask for any help when the battle is over. What a absolute dick fuck. Wow. I cannot believe it. Okay, what do we have? He's about to blow. Yeah, fight me then, little shit. The check did like nothing. Yeah, true. It's just occupational hazard, you know. Being a bard and all, I need to cheer people up. You know, someone cannot be cheered. It happens. Don't worry about it. And take a swing at the tiefling. Melee attack. Oh, +3 from dexterity, +2 from melee weapon proficiency. Aim a blow at the human. Who is the tiefling? Who is? I mean, you're the human. You must be tiefling then. Okay, intimidation. If you want me to take both of you down, I will. Otherwise, knock it off. More violence won't bring back those you lost. Stop and think. Can I intimidate them? I actually want to punch the human. He's so stupid. But at the same time, I don't want to help a tiefling just because he's not a dragon. Nah, I'll intimidate you. Right? If you don't shut the fuck up, I'll kill you. Pretty much, right? I'll kill you. Okay, let's go. I'm doing it. Only 10. Let's go. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Ow! No. I cannot reroll. It happened twice in a stream. Let's fucking go. I'll take that as lucky. No, they're gonna kill me.
Should have done that a long time ago. Arrogant prick had it out for me from day one. No one leaves my people out cold.
You put in the bind showing him like that, and he did try to open the gate. So you're knocking out cold. you knocked him out cold instead. Clever. Me to see anyone not fail this. Wait, everyone fails this one? Damn. Hi Lex. Welcome. Digital D&D? Looks like it. You put in the bind showing on like that, and he did try. You know what? I'm actually on Tiefling's side on this one. This human's a bitch. But the difference was last time the human got punched. Wait, what? You put it in a bind showing out like that. And, I mean, if I say this, they will kill me. But you know what? I can definitely win against them. They're stupid.
Too little, too late. He was right, though. Coming back to this hellhole was a mistake no amount of gold can put right. I'd rather face another round of goblins than stay in this pit.
Wow.
Goblins with the same vigor he had for that teeth for once.
What? That is the worst, absolute worst human being of all time. Did you see how frantic they were? And we helped them fight. And now he's doing this. It's like, I'd rather go back to goblins. People die to save them. I cannot think how such an absolute dickhead this person is. I cannot believe it. I am mad pissed for Zephyr. Hi, are you out cold? Good morning. Rise and shine.
Regression.
Don't.
A cheap shot. I should have expected that.
You had that coming? No, you don't. Better than for the bloodshed. Aradin ran off.
True to form, and good riddance. This grove has troubles enough. Whatever your business, I'd see to it quickly. The druids are forcing everyone out. This attack will only strengthen their resolve.
I have no quarrel with druids. Why are they forcing you out? Those goblins, have there been many attacks like that? I won't be staying long, I just need to find a healer. Okay, straight to the point, we take those.
Goblin got you. The druid Halsin's a renowned healer, but he didn't make it back from Aradin's expedition. If it's not too serious, you could try his apprentice Nettie. She's with the other druids in the inner grove. They've started a ritual to cut the grove off from the world outside. We can't stay, but we'll be slaughtered if we leave. We're no fighters.
The ritual, is there no way to convince the druids to stop it? I'm actually kinda curious about the ritual, what's going on? Yeah, the dragon design is so fucking good. I'm just trying to find a way to recruit more Dragonborn if it's even possible. Yeah, as apprentice to remove funny tadpole from hell. I'm gonna do that.
I've tried. Korga, their new first druid, won't even see me. You, though? I know it's not your business, but she owes you for saving this place. Perhaps you could persuade her. For more time to prepare, if nothing else.
I like your thinking. My head's a wreck. I got too much else to deal with right now. Why are you offering for my aid? I want to try to help. I'll do what I can. I'm not like the good kind of protagonist. I want rewards. I want shinies. I'm not. What's the alignment sheet for this again? There's like neutral, chaotic, and lawful, and good, neutral, and bad, right? I'm pretty sure I'm like chaotic, neutral, or bad. Neutral-ish. Okay, chaotic, neutral. Is that a thing? Lawful, neutral, wait, chaotic. Neutral. I don't know. You don't go out your way to harm people, but you don't play much hero either. Oh, you know what? Yeah, that's actually quite neutral. Why are you offering for my aid?
We owe you a great debt. What little we have, we'll scrape together. It isn't coin we need, it's time.
My characters tend to be neutral with occasional unprovoked violence. No, if people wants to fight, I would love to fight them. Alright, I'll do what I can.
I think you should. Yes. No harm in trying the diplomatic route.
Okay,
You'll find
Gale.
the druids at the heart of the grove. Please, make them see sense before more lives are lost.
I mean, Aradin's already like a lost cause because of how stupid he is.
Anything of use?
Potet? Corget? Ignoble. Will encumber. Can I actually wear this? Like, can I actually wear the rags? How does this hat looks like? It kind of fits the robe. It actually kind of fits the robe. Oh my god. I am an actual bard. I am a bard. Oh my god. Wow. Oh, I cannot wear this. Oh, this game sucks. Okay then. Hey, is there a place to sell things? Instead of a healer, I would much rather have a fucking well, shop right now that can sell things. Was it with the potato folks keep mentioning? Potato is like delicious, not gonna lie. I love potato.
No, you just care about your stupid apprenticeship.
Take that back. Right now.
Take that back. Take that back. They all have tail. Are they Dragonborn? Hi. Any shop? Oh. I see a potential shop. Hi, 2 torches coming through. Hi, do you sell things?
Thanks for fighting off those goblins. If you need to replace any gear, just ask. My
Thank you.
selection's pretty slim. I had to leave most of my equipment in Elturel.
Nice to see a friendly face, thank you. I was trained to fight barehanded, not really one for weapons. Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Might have to teach the rest of us that trick then. Expect half these blades will break the first time they strike a goblin skull. I've had to make do with what I could scavenge.
All good, all good. Let me see your wares. Actually, I want to let you see my wall. Oh. Oh. Am I wearing light armor? I'm wearing clothing. Oh my god, they all look so shiny. Do druids have a beast form? Honestly, I have no idea. If they do, they should be extremely good with monk unarmed. Probably. I don't see anything I kind of want to buy though, but I do want your money. Oh my god, I have to do this.
Registered copyright.
What? Okay, double click. Hey, I'm here to sell all my things for you so that I can get money. I love how this is just like Divinity still. This is great. No, we sell all of those. Candle? Hey, you want some candle? Dragonborn? Don't know about moon, but I can save this. Void Bolt, maybe not skull. I'll take those mug. Yours. Quill, yours. Rope, mine. You want a dark mine? Oh, you want a slave mine? Oh, they're so heavy though. That's 5 kilograms, right? Well, 5 something. Oh, here comes the money maker. Oh my god, all the books that I have. Ooh. Look at all the money I'm gonna get. Or maybe not Book of Dead Gods, then that's like very important. I'm keeping a necklace because they are great. Leather gloves? Nah. More stick? Nah. Ruby? I'm taking those. Leather armor, sell all those. How much gold do you have? 550, okay. Robes. There you go, there you go. Okay. I want this staff though. Will be unhappy about this offer. Can I choose how many gold that I take? Oh, okay. So take 9 out. Oh, please, let's go, please. I sell all the junk for you and you give me money. This is the best game ever. There you go. My money. We're rich. Oh my god. Nah, I think my torch is good enough. Oh yeah, there's Shadowheart still. So Shadowheart can still sell something? You have how much gold? 9. All of these is like 6, 12, 6, 12, 2. Liu Qi Fa Ju. Oh my god, I'm so good. And give that 9 gold. There we go. Butter. Now you have no money. Thank you. That forge is holding on by a thread. Are you a smith?
Of sorts. Used to be a bread and butter tinsmith before Elturel fell into Avernus. These days my talents are more eclectic. Learned a lot in my time in the Hells. Hope to forget most of it. But between you and me, there's nothing in all the realms like the utter power of infernal machinery. Alas, my offerings are far more humble these days.
Leave. Thank you for the money. The attitude towards you affects the price of this stock. Oh. Imagine having money. All I need is my 2 torch. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, mine. Okay, so I assume red is not okay, right? But these, however, is okay. For that.
Is that everything? I think that's everything. You're gonna be sorry.
He can sell it back for a lot more than what you gave him. He'll be fine.
Children! Look who's here.
Hi.
The Blade of Frontiers. What a thrill for the children.
They're tough kids. Smart, too. The future's in good hands.
Hi.
Go on. Give me a best shot. Not
Why are you
bad.
bullying?
Again.
Why are you bullying? The kid is so...
I can't do it. I'm not like you.
Umi, I don't need you to be like me. You just have to buy enough time to run. Come on. I believe in you. You can do this.
He's too nice. This whelp is hopeless. You're wasting your time. It's good advice, child. You do well to listen. Oh, I can speak as a dragonborn. Okay. He demands words, child. His form is highly efficient. Yeah.
Kind words in unkind times, my friend.
Why are we twitching?
The Blade of Frontiers at your...
The man's smile bends downward, and his thoughts become...
Wait, he also had the bug.
You are the Blade of Frontiers, racing through the wastes of Avernus. Just ahead, a diabolical figure, red skin, single curled horn, blazes with flame, bloodied great axe held.
Hell's great fires.
You were on the ship.
Yes, and we both carry parasites. Another escapee? Thank the gods, I need all the friends I can get. Who was that woman? The one you thought? That's not. Yeah, and we both carry parasites.
Doomed to shed our skin and become a lithid, or so the stories go. But we haven't sprouted any tentacles. Not yet, anyway. Could just be good luck. I'm not so...
Your minds collide once more. Will chases the fiend ignited with rancor. She is an infernal war devil. A threat to the living. Evil incarnate.
Oh shit.
You saw her.
Advocatus Diaboli.
Now you're gonna kill me? Save failed history. Hunting in the hells, dangerous territory. Cavortive devils, I see. You should consider better company. Am I gonna die? Is he gonna kill me now? Now that I know his secret? Who's she?
Her name is Karlak, an archdevil soldier I swore on my good eye to kill. I tracked her through the hells to the Mind Flayer ship, but the damned Illithids infected me before I could end her. She's out there now, preying on the innocent. I don't kill her, she'll leave behind nothing but a trail of corpses.
Nice join forces. I hope you cast this devil back to the hells. I'm looking for cure this affection. I suggest we partner up. Good luck with your devil problem. It seems your work's cut out for you. God, this is the thing. If I talk to someone and then it feels like I'm being forced to let them join my team, which I don't like, to be completely honest. They are not dragons. I'm quite picky. Actually, scratch that. I am very fucking picky. But you know what? He seems cool enough. I'm looking for the cure this infection. I suggest we partner up. I'm not gonna help him like cast the devil. Or they can join Rod at Camp for eternity as backup. Yeah, true. I suggest we partner up.
I like your thinking. Besides, I watched you fight at the gate. I could use an ally like you. Ready when you are.
The famous Blade of Frontiers in the flesh. Clever, this hero act you've got going.
Hero, Blade. Name strangers gave me. My friends call me Will.
Excellent. If we ever become friends, I'll know what to call you.
Oh, Shadowheart doesn't like whatever the gang was.
And again. Swing and swing and... Oh!
Swing and swing and... I will never be blind. I have 2 torches with me. I feel so strong. Trevor Warren chest? Ah, god damn it. Well. I mean, there's something here. I have to get it. It could be shiny, you know? Just so important to get shiny, you know? It's so important. I need any shiny I can get. Yes. Oh, it's saving. Drama. It seems like Shadowheart doesn't like a lot of people. No? Lockpick. Gloves of power, dexterity. So already +4. I need 15 though. Okay. Okay. Go. I'm so good. I'm so good. It's mine now. Fine. I'll take it.
Look, don't take your eyes off my hands.
There's a lot of people down there.
Can't keep the goblins out forever.
That ox's gaze is
This is
following
no
me.
fortress and we're no warriors.
Huh? The ox makes you uneasy. Try to discern why. A fine-looking beast you are. Ugh, hideous cow. Legs stinky. Yeah, let's try it. Arcana is -1, right? -1 intelligence. How much do I need? 10? Okay, it's possible. It's possible. Nice. We take those. We take those. Alright, tell me something about yourself.
Something's off. This creature isn't what it appears to be.
Are you... huh?
This is about your precious Baldur's Gate.
Huh? It's it? It was the bull, I swear. Okay, okay. The bull, the bull. I can level up. I love the vicious mockery. It's like the best skill ever. Class features. Jack of all trades. Your vast experience make you more likely to succeed in any undertaking, and half your proficiency bonus rounded down to ability checks. Song of Rest. Reverse light says so you've taken a short rest. Oh! Or a monk. Unarmored additional key point. Patient defense. Attack rolls against you have disadvantage and you have advantage on dexterity saving throws. I don't know which one is good. I kind of like being a bard though, but I kind of like the monk as well. I can replace a spell. Or I can select one spell. Annual friendship? Convince a beast not to attack you. Maybe not. Sleep. Speak with animals. Gain the ability to comprehend and communicate with beasts. I can talk to beasts. Actually, I think I want to level up the monk. Yeah, let's do monk. It is still like my main class anyway. Can I add more class? Is it possible? The fuck? I can add more class. What? Okay, let's not do that. Let's not have too much. Like, this really is digital D&D. Like, ox. I can talk to the ox! Okay, monk it is. Speak with animals. Yeah, let's do it. Oh my god, I'm so curious. I'm so curious. Ding. So can I talk to you now? No? Uh-oh, did I mess up? I messed up. Why I cannot talk to the bull? Is it not something like pet power that I can just like talk to the bull?
Remember, you have teeth and claws. Use them.
Hi.
Ah, you're addressing me, a humble ox. How quaint.
Did you come from Elturel with the others? Have you ever met anyone who could speak to oxen? Do I need to check again? Fuck. I need to check again. Oh, look, check of all trades. Alright, let's do it. Please don't be a 1. At least it's not a 1.
Tick-tock, honey.
TikTok? Is it a bomb? Well, I fucked up. I cannot check anymore.
Tee-hee.
Tee-hee?
Quite ready for you.
Okay, let me just level up everyone. You know, not a fan. When leveling up, it requires a loading screen. Not a fan, not a fan. Cloud of daggers. Conjure a cloud of spinning daggers that attack anyone inside. Oh. Crown of madness. Instill madness in a humanoid enemy, making them attack the creature closest to them, other than you, if it's allied. Oh. Heavily obscures and blinds any creatures within. Oh, dark vision. Grants a creature the ability to see in the dark out to a range of 12 meters. Detect thoughts? Focus your mind and read the thoughts of certain creatures while talking to them. Enlarge reduce. Affect their weapon damage and strength. Strength check and saving throws. Summon a flaming sphere that damages nearby enemies and object. You can move the sphere, it emits a brighter light. Summon a strong wind that clears all clouds and pushes creatures back 5 meters. Off balance, oh. Hold the humanoid enemy still. They can't move, act, or react, and attacks from within 3 meters are always critical hits. Oh shit. Touch a creature to turn it invisible. Attack against it at disadvantage, it attacks with advantage. Unlock an object that is held shut by a mundane lock. So, and then these are like attacks. I mean, we have Ignis, right? We have Ignis. Create 3 illusory duplicates of yourself that distract attackers. Each duplicate increases your armor class by 3. Teleport to unoccupied space you can see. Oh, teleportation? Yeah. Deal damage to a creature each turn. The type of damage changes to the last type the creature suffered. They deal half damage with weapon attacks using strength. Scorching Ray. Hurl 3 rays of fire. Each ray deals 2 to 12. Wow, that's pretty strong. Shatter. Thick flammable webbing that slows creatures within it, possibly unwebs them. Oh, flammable! This one might be good with Ignis. Yeah, let's have this. Ignis! And prepare spells. Oh, I need to change. Oh! Okay. Fine, familiar. A face spirit that takes an animal form of its choosing. Mage armor, witch bolt. I don't want this one. I want something else. This one. Yeah, this looks good. Okay. On one hand, yeah. On the other hand, leveling up takes so much thinking power that it doesn't matter for me if it loads for a bit. Honestly, fair. Take that back. Alright, here comes another leveling up action. Warlock spell slot. Wait, you're a warlock? React to your next attacker with flames that deal 2 to 20 damage. Command. Command a creature to flee, move closer, freeze, drop to the ground, or drop its weapon. Charm person. Humanoid to prevent it attacking you. Gain advantage on charisma checks in dialogue. Oh, that's good for Bard, right? Burning hands. I mean, the command also seems kind of OP, you know. Just command them. It's like, drop your weapon, stupid. I say, okay, I'll drop my weapon. Okay. It's either command or charm, and I feel like I kind of want command. Hell yeah. Eldritch Invocate. What? In your study of occult lore, you have unearthed eldritch invocations, fragments of forbidden knowledge that imbue you with an abiding magical prowess. Huh? I mean, either has a chance to save from it. Oh, so it's not a 100% chance. That's fair. That's fair. Armor of Shadow. You're expanding a spell slot. Beast Speech. At will without expecting a spell slot. Ooh. Beguiling Influence. You gain proficiency in Deception and Persuasion. Devil's Sight. You can see normally in darkness, both magical and non-magical, to the distance of 24 meters. Wow. Fiendish Figure. At will as a level 1 spell without expending a spell slot. 7 temporary hit points. Disguise Self. 1 with shadows. Oh my god. I think I like this one. And also Beast Speech a little bit. So 2-person can talk. I can try the Arcana again with this one, right? Yeah, let's try it. Yeah. Oh god. Oh god. Reduce a creature's peripheral vision and make it look at you. Here's some D&D 5e things which this seems to heavily borrow from. Teleport to unoccupied. Teleportation seems really good. Pact Boon. Your patron bestows a gift upon you for your loyal service. Choose one of the following pacts. Gain the service of a familiar, a fae spirit that takes the form of your choosing. Animal, imp, or quasit. Blade. Use the wielder's spellcasting ability modifier instead of strength and dexterity. You can summon a pact weapon. Get your grimoire called Book of Shadows. Allows you to cast Guidance, Vicious Mockery, and Thorn Whip. What's a quasit? I anticipate they knew such in hopes of driving a bigger fan base. Not a bad idea, honestly. Lurk need to repair something? Okay. Good luck with the repair. Alright, pack up the chain of this. Okay, what's a quasit? Alright, can... Talk to this ox. I'm gonna save first. Moo. Didn't I do it?
No, you just care about your stupid apprenticeship.
Can I not do it anymore?
Have a lot on my mind, and well.
So it's like a one chance thing? God damn, okay. I'm not even with a different character. Hi.
Another one. What are you under there then? Ant? Aurochs?
What are you talking about? Aurochs describes me well. What's a Aurochs? And are you calling me small? Maybe I'm an ox too. Maybe I'm an ox too. I'm a lizard. At least let me be a jijak. Yeah. What are you talking about?
The keepers of this place. They change their form to fit their need. They become birds to hunt on the wing, bears to tear flesh with teeth. But for me, only oxen, only same old hay, and I cannot even eat it, because the horned ones hide their shiny bits inside.
Shiny bits? The tiefling puts something in your hay? Cheer up, you do noble thing, carrying burdens for those who can't. You complain a lot. I'm very curious about the shiny bit. Not only because it's shiny, but it's shiny.
Hiding things. Thinking they're clever. Not clever. Sometimes I eat the shiny bits, and they have to go looking for them on the other end.
Oh.
Calm down, please.
I won't leave them behind.
You're going to get us killed.
Oh. I mean, it is truly shiny. Oh god, no. What? I don't get it. What's going on? Hi.
Be gone. I am hungry.
I'm aware. Okay. I like the ox though so far. Yeah, chill. Alright, what do you have for me? Hi.
Hells! We can't just leave. They're kin.
I'll not gamble our lives, our futures, on people who are as good as dead. We must leave for Baldur's Gate at once.
Can we all just take a moment, please?
What's the point in blades and spells if we don't bloody use them? We should stay. These people aren't fighters. We can help.
Or yell louder. That's fine too.
Say nothing, get out where you can, the goblins will be back. Persuasion, you all should stay. A single blade can make a difference. Dragonborn, clan is everything. You don't abandon those who use sword to protect. Monk, to leave is a heavy choice. It will weigh on whatever path you walk next. I don't like monk. That's not me. That's not me. I don't speak like that. Yelling louder is proven effective in many forums. Oh god, I hate it, but it's true. Let's speak as a dragonborn. How about that? Just because I like being a dragonborn? Yeah. Clan is everything. You don't abandon those you swore to protect.
I made no such oath, and I will not be held responsible for these people.
Just be responsible for yourself then. We have to stay. It's the right thing to do.
Zerg. Fine. We'll stay. If we survive, it'll make for a good story, I suppose.
Thank you, Roland.
That's it? Cool. I mean, I guess.
Grumpy, Roland. We'll get to the city soon.
I am not grumpy.
The scowl on your face would frighten a troll.
You're an idiot.
Okay, I like them. I like them. Kinda cute, kinda cute. Hi.
Refugees, adventurers, no one in years, and suddenly we're overwhelmed. Well met. And thank you for beating back those goblins. Most brave of you. Is there anything you need? Act fast if you do. The ritual will be complete before too long.
Are you really locking down the grove? What are you selling? Are you really locking down the grove?
I know it's drastic, but more monsters seem to terrorize this region every day.
What about the people here?
We druids will be safe. As for those that took refuge here, well, may Sylvanas guard them as they continue their travels.
Dire times, high stakes, I understand. You just said the region overrun by monsters. They won't survive by themselves. Seems like most are tieflings. They'll be fine. They have devilish powers. You know what? Dire times, high stakes. I understand.
You sound just like Korga. But it had to come to this. I pray to Sylvanas each night. The Wildfather will protect those refugees. I hope.
I hope. What are you selling?
Just some bits and bobs I no longer need.
Blue. Missile snaring? You can intercept missiles from ranged weapon attacks, reducing the damage by 1d10 plus your dexterity modifier. The one I'm wearing right now, sleight of hand +1, huh? On a melee hit, possibly inflict a minus 1d4 penalty to the target's attack rolls and saving throws. It's all dices. My brain is melting. Potentially 10 plus. Potentially reducing 10 plus damage, is that what it means? Can I get like a clothing? Create water? Gale can absorb this item's magic, destroying it. What? Oh, welcome back, Pinky. Die and whatever your yip is. All dies, but it's digital, so it's all math is done for you. I love Pooh. Yeah. You know what? I should be glad. You're right. Seafood bolabais. I don't know what that is. Supply pack. 100 gold for this? Well, fuck. Here, you can have 1 gold. I want 1 gold. It still helps no one to calculate the mittens, so we just went with what sounded good.
Sylvanas, guide your path.
Thanks. They mentioned that I need to stop the ritual or some shit, right? I don't even know who I'm supposed to talk. Or am I gonna go into the stone door?
How long until Roland shows off his thunder wave?
Depends. How many people are dumb enough to ask?
True.
Come on,
Mine. Come on, open up. +3. Jack of all trades +1. Go for power +1. Add bonus +5. Total. It's only +5. I don't even need to add bonus anymore. Look at this. I don't even need that. Nice.
It must be time by now.
Soothsayer? The realm according to Bumble? I like this one. Can I see it? Can I see myself wearing the necklace? I cannot see it. Oh. Locke died.
Or a butcher.
A butcher? Really?
Sure. Blood
Or did?
Right.
I don't know if they have anything. Hi.
You! Saw you fighting those slimy bastards. Fancy a bowl? Best to fill your belly now, while we still can.
I much prefer roasted dwarf. Stop thinking about delicious dwarf and take the. What the fuck? Agreed. Hungry warriors make for easy prey. Grey goo. I think I ate things like this in the past when I was desperate. I much prefer roasted dwarf. Why? Okay. Hungry warriors wait for easy prey. Eat.
You've been on hard times too, huh?
It's all in the past.
That doesn't mean it's behind us, though, does it? Here, have more. We'll need every bit of strength to make it to Baldur's Gate. Trust me.
Thanks.
Go for some salt.
Thanks. You're actually really nice.
How long until Roland shows off his thunder wave?
Depends.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the voices. Yeah, I forgot. It's my origin to resist the dark urges. Yeah, I forgot. The shabby door.
Is that everything? I think that's everything.
Thanks. Makeshift prison. Uh-oh. Oh, don't kill me.
You ain't gonna shoot me. Your hands are shaking.
Put it down. She can't fight back.
Oh boy.
Get out of the way!
She didn't kill your brother, Arca. You're better than this.
Oh boy.
Your mind wanders. If the crossbow bolt shot through her mouth, would she taste the metal?
Oh my god, it's so fucked up.
Shoot before you lose your nerve, Tiefling. If you ever had it to begin with.
Shut up. Shoot up. Those words could be your last. Stand back and admire the guard's overflowing hate. What is this? I don't know their backstory. Why am I here? I think the taste will be overpowered by blood taste. There's no tasting. She did. Oh my god, the fucking voices is actually very fucked up. shoot hoop, those words could be a lost. I don't want to step between the crossbow and the goblin. What the fuck? She's gonna shoot me. And shoot hoop.
I'm not afraid. Chosen by the absolute, I am. I'm blessed.
Oh, okay, you deserve to get shot then.
You all right?
Oh, goodbye. Watch what happens. I mean... Hey. Hey. Chat. It's none of my business, alright? I don't know what's going on. Look, the male tiefling says that the dwarf, well, I don't know if it's a dwarf or something, inside the cage killed the one that's holding a crossbow, her brother. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know, it's not my business. I'll just watch from afar. Don't worry about it. Yeah, there's none. Shut up. You talk to them by D&D law. This is now your stuff. Nah. I'm not gonna block the crossbow bolt. Are you crazy? She's gonna kill me instead. I'm just gonna watch what happens. I don't even know. I mean, she's blessed. It's fine.
Here it comes, you little beast.
Oh. Hey. Hi.
Goblin won't be the last.
Oh, that's a goblin. How is that not a dwarf? Can I take the loot? Oh, you have nothing. Oh my god, you suck. I think a quest or something just died. Really? I know about locked stuff. Okay, evidence chest. There's none in there. Look, it's okay. Goblin. Goblin must be scary, right? Yeah. Ooh, just have 10 gold. Yes. There's nothing in here. Why do I want to unlock it? How many thieves tools do I have? 4? Nah. Let's open it. It's fine. Lockpick. Can't reach this. Shut the fuck up! You just there. Yeah. Okay. Alright, it's a way the game tells me to not open up things like that. I will listen. I'll listen. Yeah. Oh wait, can I use the bat roll still in this game? Like in Divinity Original Sin 2, can I just use the bat roll to heal? No more? Oh, boo. Okay. A drink? Okay, I would drink. Actually, I want to take a tiny break. Let me take a tiny break real quick. There, my avatar finally works. You know, at the corner of my eye, I keep looking at my own avatar. It's like I'm not moving. I am not moving at all. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go toilet real quick. Small break. All right.
Until Roland shows off his thunder wave?
Depends. How many people are dumb enough to ask?
True.
right. I've got food, water, my dagger.
Die if I met Eroica reeking of this place. I'll never get the smell out of my clothes. I'll have to burn them.
Again. Swing and swing and parry.
There.
And again.
Done.
Swing and swing and...
Shoes. Where are my boots?
Don't be grumpy, Roland. We'll get to the city soon.
I am not grumpy.
Scowl on your face would frighten a troll.
You're an idiot.
Again. Swing and swing and parry.
There.
And again.
Done.
Swing and swing and...
Is that everything? I think that's everything.
Hell's take me. What are we doing? How long until Roland shows off his thunder wave?
Depends. How many people are dumb enough to ask?
True.
Okay. I'm back. You can. What? What am I showing? I didn't show anything. Right? Oh god.
Eru you boy a c c c c c c c k k k k k k k k k shiamshi cheese. We've seen some interesting stuff during your absence.
What happened? What did I show by accident? Throwing out thunder wave so casually? What? Thunder wave?
My faith will guide me.
Oh god, there's another level up. Oh my god. It's a secret.
The things we've seen Hayaba shocked.
I'm also shocked. Level 2? Wait, you just know all these?
Hayaba shocked, Hayaba shocked, Hayaba shocked.
Hayaba shocked? Hayaba shocked. Oh, this one is a melee. Guiding bolt, healing word. Heal a creature you can see. Then cure wounds. Heal a creature you can touch. Heal all allies you can see. Wow. Yeah, that's good enough, right?
How long until Roland shows off his thunder wave?
Depends.
And again. Swing and swing.
closed now.
Why, hello there, sweetness. Ah, if it isn't the talk of the camp. It's a rare day when I see one of you lot about. Thank goodness you came along when you... Oh!
Oh? What?
You're twitching something fierce, love. And your eyes. You look like you don't know the meaning of the word sleep. Auntie Ethel will sort you out. I've lotions and potions galore.
Lurk, have to run. Should be back soon enough. Soon, no? Okay. Good luck with the run. Sleep is for the weak, lady. Lotions and potions galore. There's no need. I'm fine, really. I'm just here to trade. Let her fuss over you. Were you an alchemist? I have such pounding headache recently. Yeah, can you take care of this attack? Can you just attack? I've had such a pounding headache recently. Can you help me?
Oh, there's nothing like a pain in the noggin to addle you. You need to look after that head of yours.
Well, yeah.
Aha!
Uh-huh.
You take a sup of that and you'll feel right as rain, sweetie.
And what is this exactly? Like, this concoction also has something more serious.
Well, that depends. What's wrong, lovey?
I'm scared. I'm scared. I don't really know what's wrong with me. That's the problem. I have a condition. An unusual condition. I'm sort of afraid that she's gonna take this the wrong way. I don't know. Here, let me tend to your health. Stabs.
Oh, I've seen it all.
I'm sure you do.
Once had a fella who'd been caught dabbling with a dryad. The wife was none too pleased and introduced him to a pot of boiling oil. But worry not. I fixed him up, and depending on the lighting, he looks good as new.
I'm scared.
My point is, whatever ails you, I promise I've seen worse.
Look.
Something doesn't add up about this one. Don't tell her anything.
What is it, Petal? What's wrong?
Oh, Shadowheart doesn't trust him. Shadowheart doesn't trust this lady. Yeah, there's something about overly trying to help just seems kind of sussy. But at the same time, I did not deny the help, so it could be my end. There's something awful about my instincts, about my desires. Oh. Wait a minute, are we talking about desires right now? I got a mind flay a parasite in my head. There's nothing wrong, I swear everything's fine. There's no concern of yours? Why Shadowheart doesn't trust her is the question. To me, she seems fine, right? Auntie Ethel seems fine, albeit a little too friendly, right? Like there's such a thing as too friendly that makes people feel a little uncomfy. I've been there. But of course, when they mean well, they mean well. She also said warrior lady is bad, and now look at your party. I mean, yeah. 2 lady, 2 gentlemen. You know what? Let's be truthful about this. I'm pretty sure Shadowheart is not gonna approve of me doing this, but yeah, it's fine. I got a mind flayer parasite in my head, and I'm pretty sure once I say this, everyone in the camp's gonna kill me, right?
As you recount your adventure, Auntie Ethel nods along. Her eyes
Yeah, Shadowheart disapproves.
You poor pet. My heart goes out to you, truly. I see no sign of a tentacle yet, but that could change in an instant. You need help. Serious help.
Yeah, don't I know it?
I've ne'er a potion or lotion here that could do it, but Yes, I may have something at home.
Really? My time could be running short. I can't afford to spend it paying you a house visit. It really depends on how... I want to ask such as, but at the same time, like, canon time-wise, when I'm not doing this time, let's say canon time-wise, the time just goes on, right? The time just goes tick, 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 non-stop. We are really short on time, right? So yeah, I'll choose the second one. My time could be running short. I can't afford to spend it paying you a house visit.
I'm sorry, but I can't do much for you here. You could try asking around, but be careful. Most folk won't be as understanding of your little problem. I'll be heading home soon. Here, let me mark it on your map, just in case.
Alright, thanks.
Now, do you need anything? I have a few odds and ends for sale.
What harm? Show me your wares.
Hey, bother.
Wait, she just gives me a potion of greater healing? She just gives it to me? Oh my god. Natural Pugilist. You gain a +1 die bonus to unarmed attack rolls and damage. Unhampered resistance. While the wielder is not wearing armor, to receive a +2 bonus to saving throws. So this is absolutely for me, since I'm not technically wearing armor. +2 saving throw seems really strong, not gonna lie. As much as I love the double torch, I'm buying this one. The trader will be unhappy about this offer. Well, too bad. I'll only buy it from you once.
Don't be grumpy, Roland. We'll get to the city soon. I am not grumpy. The scowl on your face would frighten a troll. You're an idiot.
Fine, I'll give you some of my lockets, necklace, rings. I'm not happy about it. Also save this one. Why not? I'm not happy about it.
Be careful on the road. I'd hate if something happened to you. Take care, Pet.
Yeah, like I said, she seems to be like... No ill intention, you know what I mean? Cool. What does that mean?
How long until Roland shows off his thunder wave?
No stabbing you in your sleep plans. Is she gonna do that if I sleep? I'm actually curious. Can I sleep here?
Hello, Petal. Need anything? Any lotions or potions?
Oh, I cannot sleep here anymore. No taking your hand and making a potion out of it.
Hey, bother, love. By the way, I'll be heading home soon. Be sure to come visit you here.
Yeah, sure. Look at my weapon. My weapon is shiny. Oh my god. I got the best weapon with a violin. Okay, actually, what do I need to do here? I don't even know. Find Zoru. Oh! Hi.
What do you think we've got before the goblins come?
I don't...
We should be getting drunk at least. It's no fun waiting for death sober.
Smell out of my clothes. I'll have to burn them.
Oh, I think it's because Lazo is not here, so this doesn't count. Probably. So why am I here again?
Is that everything? I think that's everything.
I've been here for too long. I don't think I need to be here. Oh, we should probably take a long rest here, right? Yeah, let's do a long rest here in a safe town. Go to camp and end the day. You can use camp supplies to regain hit points, spell slots, and short rest. Go to camp, rest and check in with companions. Okay, let's do a long rest. Do you want to end the day? You have enough camp supplies to restore all hit points and spell slots if you long rest. Yes, please. That would be nice. Oh! At your camp, you can take a long rest and fully heal your party. You can also manage party members, advance relationships with your companions, store items, and eventually change your character and recruit more followers. Recruit more followers? Whoa! Damn, I look good. God damn, I look good. Oh my god, this Dragonborn looks really good. And it's running a sweet 60 FPS here? Wow. This game's amazing. Don't like close at camp? For whatever reason, yeah. Oh, hi, Gil. Gil. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Be with you in a moment.
Oh, that wizardry makes me uncomfortable. Neat trick.
Not a trick, my friend. Magic. Be that as it may. Ceramorphosis. What does it make you think of?
Until quite recently, nothing at all. If you're about to start a lecture, I'm not interested. The damn tadpole. She stands up. She's actually stands up. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, that damn tadpole.
Spot on. Day 1, fever and memory loss. Day 2, hallucinations and graying skin. Day 3, hair loss and blood leaking from all orifices. Need to go on?
No, I'm scared. I don't like the bleeding on all orifices. Fuck it. Listen to. I'll listen to you. Come on.
Day 4, excruciating pain as the skeleton and organs reform and reposition.
I regret my decisions.
Day 5, the host personality has disappeared. Fingers and toes and limbs elongate. I take it you get the picture?
Yeah, I get that picture. I do. But you might as well finish the picture. Yeah, might as well finish the picture. Come on.
Day 6, the flesh around the mouth splits to make way for tentacles.
Mm-hmm.
Day 7, a mind flayer is born.
So a week then.
This is the annotated version, of course.
Yeah. I think you meant to say abbreviated. I don't even know what those words mean. This version was more vivid enough for my taste. We should be having a fever by now, graying skin even. Stop! No. Yeah, it's more vivid enough for my taste.
The storyteller's gift.
Oh,
My
give us a
point
story
is
then.
this: our orifices remain blissfully unblooded, our heads remain clear, and our blood temperature normal. Any expert will agree this is abnormal.
True. Long live the abnormal. Can you explain why the symptoms aren't showing and what makes it the expert? Yeah, long live the abnormal. We're gonna take what we can get. Blessings, right? Count our blessings.
I'll toast to that.
I'll toast to that too.
The pragmatic in me, however, sees only the silence before the storm. Something to sleep on. We should get some rest.
Fair point. Alright. Are you Shadowheart? No, yeah, Will. I don't care about you, Will. Are you Shadowheart? Oh, hi, Lazel. I don't care about you, Lazel. I need to talk to Shadowheart because Shadowheart disapproved of my actions so many times. Whoa! Drake General die? Bewildering Adventurers Pack? What? 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 Master of the Shapeshifter? Am I playing Divinity Original Sin 2? Excuse me? Can I open it up? Open. Woo! Potion of Flying. Ability to fly. Fucking fly. Yeah, I'm not stealing. Yeah, I'm not stealing. Okay, let me just, there you go. I'm not stealing anything. Didn't happen. Drake General died. Ooh. I like, just because it's Drake. It's mine, it's mine. It's mine. Alright, hi Shadowheart. I assume that nothing happened to it.
I couldn't help but overhear. Well, alright, I could have helped, but didn't. Anyway, I feel the same. Other than the occasional mental exchange, it's almost as if we're not infected.
Wait, what?
The voice on the ship told me I'd become a beautiful weapon. What do you think it meant?
Wait, were you listening? Were you listening to me and Gale just now? This game is that intricate? The game knows? That's so cool. That makes this game so cool. Oh god, whoa, oh my god. So intricate. That is so, oh my god, I'm in love. Something like this, little details, makes me love the game even more, most of the time. Gale also has a chance to start with an entirely different topic. Oh my god. So intricate. Okay, so beautiful weapon. I don't know, but Halsin might, if we can find him. Who's Halsin? Sounds like he had plans for us. Who knows? Could have been a hallucination. I'm just glad we're still alive. Maybe it's a compliment. Yeah, as for a beautiful weapon, I mean, of course not. It sounds like it's a plan for us. I'm gonna go for 2. Actually, I kind of want to go for 3. Who knows? Could have been a hallucination. Nah, maybe not. This one is like a little bit too brush away the problem. 2.
Whatever they were, those plans were interrupted by the dragons. Either way, we can't take the lack of symptoms for granted. We have to find a healer. Well,
Yeah.
I've said my piece. Get some rest.
I will, thanks. Now I want to talk to everyone. Hey, Will.
Question for you. Have you ever heard a banshee scream?
Yeah, it made a terrible howl. No, but I once made a whimper a bit. I can't say I have.
For the best that you haven't. An agonizing wail. Loud enough to wake the dead and shrill enough to shatter a golden goblet. I thought it the most terrible noise in all 16 planes. But there's one even more fearsome than that.
Damn. The shrieks of the goblins, the grove gates. The clatter of rising undead. Lazel. I'm pretty sure if I say this and then I talk to Lazel afterwards, it's gonna be so funny. Lazel is gonna kill me. I want to say this and to see if Lazel actually reacts to this. If Lazel does, this game is insane. Honestly insane. I'm gonna do it just for a little testing.
Not even close. I find them comforting even. What I'm thinking of is far more malicious. The doubt in our minds crying out for attention. It's hopeless, it says. Stop resisting. give up and give in.
Too real.
Is the greatest villain we face. Greater than all the Hell's Devils. Greater than a murderous god.
Too real,
Most
Will.
people don't find it so easy to conquer. It's a good thing for us that we aren't most people. Slay your doubt and nothing can stop you. Not a demon, not a dragon, and certainly not an illithid worm. I'm glad to see you're not one to give up.
Alright. That's cool. Hi, Everlight Eternal. Welcome. Good morning. Hope you sleep well. Alright. Speak to Lazel. I don't know if Lazel actually gonna react to that.
Abominations grow inside us. Our bones should ache. Our mouths should bleed. Yet we thrive. It is madness.
What's with the
Keep your
teleportation?
rest short. Time is not our ally.
Aw, yeah, it's okay. You know, because I figure when I talk to Gale, and then Shadowheart actually listens to our conversation, and I feel like maybe, you know, just maybe, the game could be intricate that way, but no. But just for that, Gale to, yeah, for Gale, for Shadowheart to recognize that me and Gale had a conversation about that is so cool. It's stuff like this I feel makes the game more alive. Yeah, it makes the game a lot more alive, to be honest. And I love that. I really do. It's amazing. Ball? Oh, shiny. Yeah. Makes it feel very alive. Yeah. I mean, which is also part of the reason why I love 4-4 breaking games so much. Just not too on your face kind of 4-4 breaking, you know what I mean? I think the best example I can think of is Deadpool. Deadpool is a 4-4 breaking game, but it made 4-4 breaks so boring. Deadpool is directly addressing you as the player too many times constantly. Makes it kind of boring. Subtlety is what I'm going for. Yeah, subtlety. Yeah, subtle. Subtle 4-4 breaks is what I love the most. Honest. What about something I'm Mother 2? Can't say for sure since I never played the game. Sorry. Are these like free items I can get? Forget the clothing chest. You know what? I need this. Then you won't spoil? I appreciate that. Maybe someday I'll play the game. Maybe. Needle of the Outlaw Rogue. Bicorn of a Sea Beast? Is this a reference to Beast? Oh my god. Loot of the Meriwether Bard. Cape of the Red Prince? Yo, this is all a reference to Divinity Original Sin 2. Yeah, Beast. This is Beast Ted in Divinity Original Sin 2. Beast, the dwarf. This needle, I'm not too sure what it references to. Loot of the Meriwether Bard could be Losa, but I might be wrong. Oh, that's so cool. Alright, I'm putting it back. There, I'm not stealing. What's a Red Prince? Red Prince is a character in Divinity Original Sin 2. So it's Beast and Losa. Oh, cool. Can't wait to look at it afterwards. Why is Red Prince chasing a love? What? Why is Red Prince chasing a love? When? What? Where? Is this my camp? How do I end the day? How do I end the day? Oh, okay, okay. End the day and restore hit points and spell slots to fully maximize enough camp supplies. Knock yourself out. Mix coffee? God, drinking coffee before sleep is a torture. Poutine. Stuffed stew. Haggis, 21. Whoa. Oh my god, Evie, we got rickrolled. I'm gonna cry. Oh, you're mega heavy. Oh, look at that. Perfect. Okay. 40 full rest. Prepare spells. Wizards, clerics, paladins, and druids can change the prepared spells at any time outside of combat. Oh my god, cool! Oh, so cool! Oh my god, it's so good! Toggle armor set visibility. Can I just, oh shit. Default? Camp? Default? Oh! This is camp. Like underwear, look at that. I love the music. Leave camp when you're ready to get back to adventure. Okay, let me see. It says I can change skills, right? Actually, I think my spells are good enough.
I need a quick word.
The Blade of Frontiers. Let's hope Will lives up to his name. We'll need all the help we can get.
What's the story of that odd little artifact you have? My memories are all gone. Is your tadpole playing tricks on yours? I yearn to kill. I only feel like myself when I'm killing. Oh god. Do I want to be honest to Shadowheart? What do you think of all that happens to us so far? We should get to know each other a little bit more. Let's not. You're not a dragon. I'm not into that. Alright, what's the story of that old little artifact you have?
There's no story. None that you're entitled to hear, anyway. Just forget you ever saw it.
Okay, fine.
I understand why you ask, but memory loss is not as uncommon as you'd think. There may be other causes.
I yearn to kill. I only feel like myself when I'm killing. Well, how do you feel about this, Shadowheart? How do you feel about this?
Interesting.
Interesting.
You're hardly alone. Bloodletting is quite popular of late. Though your twinge of conscience sets you apart from the brigands, monsters, and kill-happy fiends of the world. Whatever you think may be compelling you, you may have greater ability to resist it than you realize. Everyone has unseemly thoughts. Being able to quieten them is what sets us apart from the beasts.
Wow. Kind words. I'll take those. What do you think of all this happened so far?
We've been through quite a lot, with likely more to come. Care to narrow it down a little?
You must have thought about our little stowaways. What will you do if you actually manage to remove the tadpoles? How am I holding up your estimations? How am I holding up your estimations? Am I good enough for you? You keep Ignis? I'm actually curious.
You're not the kind of company I'd keep willingly, but all things considered, you'll do.
Okay.
And
we take those.
I haven't forgotten that you saved my life aboard the Nautiloid. Perhaps I'll be able to return the favor at some point.
Please move more. I love... This lighting is so good. What the fuck? Oh my god. You've said thought about little stowaways.
Must I? Thinking about it won't help. We know what to do, so let's do it. Find a way to rid ourselves of these things. Personally, I think finding this Halcyon is our best bet. Oh, there's Ethel. Not that I'm keen to trust her. I'm not too hopeful that a Gith crash will actually prove our salvation, but worth keeping in mind.
Okay, how do we know about the Halcyon? What would you do if we actually managed to remove the tadpoles?
I suppose we'd go our separate ways. Not a slight on your company, of course.
No reason for us to not stay together if we get on well. Nah, I'm not gonna say that. Where'd you go?
Home. Baldur's Gate. There's someone waiting for me there. Someone I have to reach. As soon as possible.
Alright, fair. Seems personal. I won't pry if it's not something you want to talk about. Fair? Yeah. I think not prying is like the best course of action.
Thank you. And you're right. It's a delicate matter. Not something for light conversation.
Yeah, I can respect that. We should journey separately for now. I'll look for you here if I need you again. Oh, this is what you mean. Okay, okay. Okay. So camp is when everything, like, we can talk to my, I can talk to my companions and shit. Always fun when someone tries to squeeze personal details out of you. Yeah, well, I don't like that. So I can respect when... I always respect people say that... when people notice that it's the matter that's quite personal and they don't want to pry. I always respect that because sometimes I just sort of talk to a point where I just sort of like pry to people's personal matter. And I feel kind of bad afterwards. So yeah, my personal matter detection needs a little work.
I've known a few warlocks in my time. Talented, of course, though sometimes too eager to listen to the devils on their shoulders. Comes with the territory, unfortunately.
Tell me a bit more about yourself. Sure, yeah.
Let's see. I hail from Waterdeep, city of splendors. I am a wizard of considerable acclaim and scholar of exceptional accomplishment.
Okay. the smirk.
Library and a weakness for a good glass of wine. And if the mood takes me, I'm known to try my hand at poetry.
Wow.
There.
Don't stop there. You must have many stories to tell about your adventures as an archmage. Wait, he's an archmage? I want to know more about your hobbies. Can you tell me something about the real you? You know what? Don't stop there. Tell me more. Adventures of it as an archmage.
Didn't that paint enough of a picture?
Try peering into his mind if you open up. Oh, okay, that's not. That's too much. Memories before the Nautilus are shrouded in darkness.
Memory loss isn't usually a symptom of ceremorphosis. If it is, they've forgotten to write it down in any text I've read on the subject. Then again, our case isn't exactly usual. Perhaps whatever's causing our tadpoles to remain in stasis has also affected your mind. If ceremorphosis takes place, all trace of your former self will be subsumed into the Mind Flayer's hive. So, to still be here, if a mite forgetful, still a win in my book.
Yeah, they don't know about the Dark Urge, right? Of course they don't know. It's my own thing. A good rule of thumb me develop is to think about who is involved. If I wouldn't give that stuff about someone away, I don't expect others to do so. Oh yeah, that's good. Okay, yeah. I'll keep that in mind. I have violent thoughts, depraved thoughts, ones that refuse to go away. Yeah, how about that?
We all have those from time to time.
True.
I once
True.
wished a most impure demise on a colleague of mine who bought the last remaining copy of Etheril's Enchiridion of Enchanting Easements. First edition, too. As regards to your own morbid little fantasies, I'm sure they're nothing to worry about. So long as they remain fantasies.
You know what? Fair point. Alright, good talk, good talk. Hey, Will.
The Blade of Frontiers at your calling.
How does the Blade of Frontiers end up chasing a devil in the hells?
Karlach's fires raged in Baldur's Gate before she escaped to Avernus, as my source told it, and she was planning to return. One of the archdevils Zariel's own, Chaos Incarnate, a devil with pure fire for a heart. I made my way to Avernus to stop her. She fled from my reach, even climbed aboard the Mind Flayer ship as it screeched through the hells. I followed in close pursuit. I can't bear to imagine the lives Karlach might be taking, the damage she might be doing.
I don't know. I mean, of course, I still trust Will. It seems like Will's goal is to just defeat that demon. That's it.
A powerful friend with a keen interest in privacy. I'm sworn to say no more.
I can respect that. Let's move on to other matters.
All right. Anything more we should discuss?
Tell me, Will, how did you come to be the Blade of Frontiers?
My father once said, "One does not pursue a champion's life. One merely answers its call." So it was for me. I was hunting near the Cloakwood when I heard it. A child crying out from a lone farmstead. I found him in the fields, flanked by goblins. His mother's corpse bled into the soil next to him. I don't remember much of the battle, but I remember drying the boy's tears after.
Drink? Okay, I'll drink afterwards. What act could be finer than saving a life? You must have felt proud. And he named you the Blade of Frontiers? Whatever become of the boy, I wonder. I mean, honestly, saving a life is a big accomplishment. No matter the life, no matter who the life is, saving a life is a life, I would say. But yeah.
Proud? No. Angry. Angry at the monsters preying on innocents. Angry at the so-called good gods for tolerating the cruelty of the evil. Angry at myself that it took so long for me to see the coast suffering. The frontiers demanded a blade. And so I heeded.
Ah, fair. Baldurian? Those raised in Baldur's Gate know the city well, for better or worse. It's nice to finally put a face to the name. And before that, how great could you be? I never heard of you. Is that how you lost your eye in the goblin battle? You know what? Let's speak as a Baldurian. It's nice to finally put a face to the name.
And it's nice to meet someone of your talents. Having a worm wriggling in my skull didn't instill much confidence in the days ahead. With you as my ally, the future looks a little less daunting.
Big words. I appreciate that. I noticed your stone eye. Did you lose it in the battle?
A most vicious one, in fact. It's made from pure bloodstone, carved from the Galena Mountains just north of the Moonsea. A reminder that sometimes blood must be shed and sacrifices must be made. But that story is reserved for lifetime friends and calmer days.
Alright, fair.
By all means. Anything more we should discuss?
That's not what you said. The subtitles was wrong. I don't suppose you come across an expert healing your travels?
I've come to know a fair few village clerics, but none with the skill to pull these worms from our heads. From what I understand, there's a healer called Nettie in the Grove. Perhaps she's got the talent. We should pay her a visit.
Aren't we in the grove? I wonder what the stories of Rogue will have to tell. Oh, Rogue's story will be wild. I can't remember my past. Could the parasite have done that?
Seems unusual to me. Then again, we're talking about tadpoles inserted into our brains by rubber-skinned tentacle monsters. There's nothing usual about it. All the more reason to stick close. I think you'll agree.
Mika Nagomi also doing the stream. Bye-bye. Okay, good luck with stream, Merb. Thanks for hanging around. Appreciate the good build. The best build. Shame there is no rogue party member in the game anyway. Is there not? Oh. Okay, I got this bloodthirst and urge to destroy mime kill.
Anger. I understand. We've been preyed on by illithids, suffered insertion of a mind-bending worm. Bloodthirst is another matter. But perhaps not too big of one, if it's a devil or demon's flesh you're wanting to tear.
Alright. Good talk, good talk. Hi, person that's not going to leave the camp forever.
The Githyanki people have a word for men like the Blade of Frontiers. Shalak. Roughly translated, idealist do-gooder. Or better yet, benevolent burden. His confidence is an asset. His pursuit of valor, not so much.
Absolutely nowhere, especially not right in the beginning. A few meters away from the crash site pointing at the ball. Oh, that's a rogue. Oh, that's a... Oh. I didn't know I can just put them in camps, alright? I'm sorry. It's okay, maybe we can find him again afterwards in the game, probably. I don't know. Are you sure a crochet is our only path to a cure?
Entirely. I was as devoted to my studies as I was to my training. Each creche contains a Zaithisk purification device. So I learned from the writings in the Kalir Library. The library was a gift from Vlaakith herself, that we may gain total understanding.
That kind of wisdom is very valuable. Books are fallible, as are those who write them. Total understanding? Absolute nonsense. I don't know. I'm not too fond of reading books and just follow books all the way, as you might have caught on with all my vents about doctors just following books all the way. Yeah, I'm referring to that. I don't trust books entirely. Books gives wisdom, but it sort of made... I don't explain it. I just don't feel like books is a very viable source of knowledge to, like, total understanding, you know. 100%? No. 70%? Maybe. You know? I'm just gonna take that as like an example. I don't know what I'm talking about. Books are fallible, as are those who write them.
Not books, but slates. Wisdom so profound it is etched into stone. Truth as perfect as the queen who decreed it. Countless scholars roam the astral sea and beyond, observing the ways of our lessers, exploring planes so distant order turns to chaos and cold fires rage. The planes are ever quaking and their peoples ever shifting. The Githyanki possess an eternity of knowledge. Yet we still collect more. Infinities upon infinities.
She seems very fond of knowledge. Some books cool, they just have to be used correctly. Knowledge itself is a tool of... Yeah.
I expect I am your first.
Never heard of your kind until my capture. I know of Githyanki, but I never met one. I've crossed paths with Githyanki. As truthful as I am to this game with this question, or like this particular situation, I've never heard of your kind until my capture. In fact, I never heard of those demon-looking tieflings or well, I have dwarves. So, yeah, gift Yankees and tiefling is new, very new to me. Never heard of your kind until my capture.
I suppose I am as alien to you as you are to me. I know of your kind, but I do not often encounter them.
Fair point.
Those diminutive scales of yours look like mistakes.
Shut the fuck up, I'll kill you right now. Really? Thanks for noticing. Better be scaled than noseless, covered in spots. Are we gonna fight? Are we gonna fight? Come on now, are they really that bad? Better than be scaled and noseless and covered in spots. So noseless. Look, I kind of have to choose this one. But let's not do this in our first playthrough. Come on, are they really that bad?
You look out of proportion. An oversized lizard with delusions of grandeur.
Okay, I'll fucking kill you. I regret not choosing that one then.
To keep my eyes trained on you for longer than necessary.
Good. Stay in the camp for long. Stay in the camp forever, you little shit. Do you know much about mind flayers?
I understand much beyond your comprehension.
Okay, bitch.
I know the cure for our condition. It is imperative we locate a creche. You do well to observe more and question less.
I hate her. Do you know what happens if we don't find a cure? Well, I already know that. I'm not even gonna ask her. She's thinking, oh, stupid. Man, pass the mystery to me. Could the parasite have caused that? Yeah, tell me about this then.
Ceramorphosis takes all of you. Mind, body, soul. An ordinary tadpole would eat at your memories until they were lost to the void. But our tadpoles are far from ordinary. I wonder if another factor's in play.
So this situation is also new to all of these, right? Whatever is preventing us to becoming a squid man, something's happening. That's all I know about it. I have these urges. I want to kill. I want blood.
Many a good warrior savors the scent of blood in the air. There's no shame in a capricious murder now and again. Too many, though, and you waste energy and dull your weapon. My suggestion: attack with purpose and savor your kills. And if the urge proves too much, well, I'm sure we can find you a goblin or two to carve up.
Wow, okay, that's a that's an interesting compromise. Okay, I'm ready to set sail. Well, not set sail. Leave camp. Okay, leave camp. Let's go. This game's great. The world building in this game is insanely fun. It's amazing. We're back. Am I still naked? Can I be naked and still fight? No, the cape is cool, but the longer I look at it, it doesn't really fit the bard, but I'll take it still. Yeah, see? This is very, yeah, Cape of the Red Prince, a noble warrior's cloak woven in the heart of an ancient empire. There you go. There's a hole, it says. You see this? It says hole. I kind of have to jump in. Can I jump in the hole? Matisse.
Whoa, hey, can't say I've ever seen someone like you before.
Well, yeah. Oh, cool.
Go on, take this ring. It's lucky.
That was a fancy trick.
You haven't seen anything yet. Go on, Take the ring and watch your fortune change.
Somehow. The sleight of hand. Mimic his trick and make the ring disappear. Ooh, so much plus. Sleight of hand. Oh shit, that's a big roll. Alright, I need guidance, please. Let's go. I think that's enough. Yeah. Sleight of hand. The ring is now mine. Wee. Wow. I'm so good.
Bleeding hells! Okay, maybe you don't need extra luck. But since you're already holding the thing...
Oh no.
Call it. Heads or tails.
Oh. Pocket the ring. Pocket the ring. I don't fucking care. Alright, let's play a few. I like tails. Thank you very much.
Tails it is! See? That's the kind of luck you get from one of my lucky rings. I've got more where that came from. Real cheap too. Interested?
Thanks for the free. Thanks for the free ring. Hold on, one coin toss doesn't prove anything. No thanks, can I see other wares? I just like, thanks for the free ring. It's so good. I'm pretty much just bullying a child. Hold on, one coin toss doesn't prove anything. You know what? Return the ring and leave? God, the ring is good though. Welcome back, Legs. Sleight of hand this. Thanks for the free ring.
Hey, hold on, you gotta pay for that.
Here, you can have it back. Now, what do you have for sale? You're getting paid in experience. The ring is mine. Okay, this is too bad for my taste. I'm not bullying a kid. Here, you can have it back. Now, what do you have for sale?
You got it. One sec.
So many boobs.
That's what I got.
Oh, I succeeded in perception. What does that mean, I succeeded in perception? Oh, I need a shovel. The exterior of this ring is roughly a cave. Did you really pay? Well, I bought this game when this game first came out a few years back. When they announced this game is an absolute just like when they first came out, right? The moment I can buy this game, I bought it. It's been years. Hi Wolfie, it's been a long time. Hi. Hope you're doing good. Running was great, have missed several days and it feels so good to be out again. Nice. Ring of being really invisible. Oh, I think I know what this means. All the rings is supposed to... Okay, so here's what I'm assuming. If I don't pass the perception check, all of these will actually be like very high pricing and shiny looking rings. But since I passed the perception test, these are all fakes. Oh, that's kind of cool. Resistant to ants. Lekinesis. Infinite wishes. The exterior of this ring is roughly carved with nonsensical runes. Yeah. Okay, so that must be it. B squad? Ocean dye, light blue. Muddy? No. I'm just gonna buy that thing from you. 4 gold? Sure. Yeah, that's good enough. Give me your gold. Since keeping the ring may have been more valuable, true. but I just cannot make myself do something like that to a child.
You bought some.
What?
You suddenly feel something moving against your back and turn.
Ah. Oh, my perception. I am so aware. I am so aware. Observe her silently. Maybe these are just crocodile tears. Insight? Athletics? Ignore her theatrics and grab her. Detect thoughts? Read her thoughts. I can read her thoughts. Yeah, let's read her thoughts. Look at that. +2 wisdom. +1 check of all traits. +1 D4 from guidance. I got this. Yeah, only 10. I can read the child's mind. Look at that. E.g. Also, there was -1, not +2.
You see her hand in your bags and the shame in her heart.
Is that what it takes to be a villain? Kill while you smile, steal like you breathe? Athletics, launch at her. Launch at her, remorse or not, she tried to rob you. Someone has to teach her that, right? I'm just saying, someone has to teach her that. I'm not going to kill her. But I'm going to let her know.
You cast red thoughts. Oh god. What have I done? I'm gonna die. This kobold is gonna end me.
No, I'm not gonna end her. But I will launch at her. Let her know that shit is not gonna fly. Launch. I can still add bonus. Elixir of Heal Giant Strength. No, I don't need that. It's only 10, I think it's possible. But I'm afraid that I might roll the 1, which is like kind of scary. Let's do it. Okay, at least it's not a 1. Can I reroll? Or am I out of inspiration? Yeah, I'm out of inspiration. Fuck! Help! Okay, fine. Hey, I'm gonna follow you. At least it's not a 1, honestly. My perception is so good! I'm going in. What do you mean can't use this right now? What do you mean I cannot use this right now? Am I too thick? I mean, my gold is still here. What did they do? Yeah, my gold is still here. What do you mean I can use this right now? Well, if I cannot kill the kid, I'll kill this one.
Hey, you here to trade or?
There's one thing different with person in D&D. You can argue a different kind of role with the DM. Oh. I mean, I had inspiration 3 times, but now it's gone. I don't know how I get that, but I'm pretty sure I'm out of it forever. Your partner's a thief.
Yeah, I know. I was standing right here telling her to rob you.
So they're doing this with conscience and actually happy about it? They deserve to die. You can make it right by giving me a percentage of your take.
Fine. I'm not so good at counting, but I think any percentage of 0 is 0. Look, you caught her. Good for you. You aren't a chump like everyone else around here. Now, do me a favor. Make room for the chumps.
I don't want to kill her. I kinda want to kill them. I used it on check which did nothing for whatever reason. It did nothing again. Why? I don't know.
Think you could stand back a ways, pal? I'm fishing for chumps here.
Oh, I'm gonna kill him. Oh, Oh, forgive me for what I'm gonna do, because I'm gonna do it. I cannot stand shit like this, alright? Inspiration is something that is given up by the DM for keeping true to your character even if it goes against your best interests. Oh, that's a textbook description, but the DM can choose to give it out literally whenever. Stealth successful? Cool. Alright, where's that bitch? You run away? I'm gonna find you, I'm gonna kill you.
The waiting's getting to me. If we left, we could at least make a run for it.
That bitch a fast runner. Actually, are these like quest lines? Oh, Auntie Ethel. Also, they mentioned Nettie is in a group. Nettie is in a grove. Oh, maybe it's here. Stone door. I forgot. It's a maximum of 4 points. Yeah, I did use all my inspiration in like one shot, I think. Zevlor? Tilsis? Nettie is not here. Where's Nettie?
Time to press ahead.
Why is this leather red?
No word from the scouts yet.
No, sir. But if there's a clear path past those goblins, they'll find it.
Yes, of course.
Again, check did nothing. Why? Just why? I think, personally, that stealth check was that I did a crime, and because I success in the stealth check, no one knows that I did that. So no one is trying to kill me. I say this because in Divinity Original Sin 2, if I do something out in the open, people from like 10 miles away will still that, oh, you hit that thing. Now I'm gonna kill you. So I think that's what it does.
Have you spoken to Korga?
Not yet. Who's I don't even know where Koga is.
Of course, you have your own business to attend to. But if the druids won't abandon this ritual of theirs, it will be trouble for all of us.
Who's Koga? Sounds like a way to kill everyone in defense. Sounds fun. I need to kill the child. that piece of shit robbed me, and being so smug about it, they need to learn. I need to find them. You know, I could load my safe and try to kill them again, you know? Let me see if it's back there. No, you're Donnie. Oh, Flat Rock? Hi. Oh. Oh, he's back. Kobo crimes and taking lives. I'm gonna take life of this. Oh, wait, you cannot die.
Think you could stand back a ways, pal? I'm fishing for chumps here.
Because I did 9 damage. And this guy only has 5 health. Let's try this.
assaulting someone. You're headed for the cells.
Attack. Attack. Oh, only one of you? Oh. Hey, I'm not even gonna go there. Low ground, I don't care. Hey, you suck. You suck. You chip lackey. Play a tune to attract and like those around you. Snake variant. Bard dance. Old time battles. Better chant to attract and like those around you. Attract the light. That's what intrigue those around you. Jaunty sea shanty. Encourage and inspire those around you. Yeah. You know what this music is? Sing for Me is a music Losa sang in Divinity Original Sin 2. And I love it. It's so good. I want to wait for them to come. Can two play music as well? Ignis! Ignis! Wow, scary. I'm saving! I'm performing, you bitch! Alright, that's it. Oh shit, I'm not doing that. Ignis! I'm too close. Okay. Let me just go slightly further away. There. Ignis!
On the victor's path.
Piercing strike, weakening strike. Eldritch blast. Blade ward, arms of Hadar. Prevent targets from using reactions. Oh. I want to try command. Affects the additional target per level. Level 2 work spell slot. Okay, let me see. One action. Let me try it. Oh shit, I didn't know! I didn't know! I'll do it. Shit, you suck. Okay. Alright, since you are here, you want some officious mockery? Pipe down. I love it. Shut the fuck up, let me punch you. You think you can hit me? I gotta sing. 45%. Ignis. Oh, Ignis is too. Okay, let me bonk. Bonk. Will disapproves. Will's like you. Will's like you fucking killed someone. What the fuck is wrong with you? Still no idea if you're support or attacker. Both maybe? Bard is generally a supportish character. Monk tends to be offensive. Did you level up? Probably. That's what confuses me. She took both. Multi-classing. I like Bard and Monk. I'll make them work. I'll make them work. Kinda. I'll try to. Hey, still want to fuck with me?
Think you could stand back a ways, pal? I'm fishing for chumps here.
There's blood right under you. I just killed someone. Is there like a way to check to check like how they feel towards me. Yeah, Will hates me. All right, let me try to like hit you again, I guess. Do you like being shot? Oh, it's I'm too close. Did you like being shot? I'm doing this in bright daylight because that's how much I don't care. Why are you unkillable?
You were witnessed assaulting someone.
Uh-oh.
You're headed for the cells.
Uh-oh, not again. Not again. Attack. Attack. This one fucking child is... Rich bought... What do you mean, rich? I bought this years ago. Oh, there's only 2 of you? Ah. Oh, my man. It's all good. Frightened creature, it'll be easier to hit and cannot move. Oh. Well. Oh, I can heal. Nice. Bardic inspiration. Flurry of blows. I'll just wait for them to come here.
This is my time.
I bought it once it's buyable. Conjure one beam of crackling energy. Is it like very far away? I'm doing it. Kill me, you'll be hunted out like a dog. Well, yeah. But do I care? Maybe not. Oh shit, my weapon dropped. Leaving enemies melee range allows them to attack you as a reaction. Avoid this by taking the disengage action first. Oh, Shadar is scared. Oh, wait. Kill two birds with one stone. Kill the thing. All right, I'll do it. Whee! The kid is actually unkillable. I'm sad. Okay, I'm done fucking around. This is the reason why we save. Oh god, the load time is like 10 years. Help. Why is the load time so long? I mean, I know why, but still. But still. Maybe I just... Did you install USB? No, I installed this one on C, I believe? I think? Shit, I might be wrong though. I don't remember, sorry. Okay, I'll let you off this time, but next time I'll kill you.
Better not be cursed.
Oh, I cannot get in. C is supposed to be my SSD. Why Pokemon? I bought this game at first when it came out because I thought there's gonna be lizard folk that I can play like in Divinity Original Sin 2. I thought. But now it's different. Look at what I'm playing. I can be a Look how sexy this looks. Okay, look. Oh my god. Delicious. Okay. Yeah, SSD fast.
Please, let us through.
I'm going through. Or not.
Let my daughter go right
She's a thief, hellspawn. And you will wait for Korga's judgment. Now get back!
Oh, let me through, Mragrasham, or I'll rip your damn throat out!
Oh shit, a bear. Wait, am I gonna like hide the screen? Am I gonna hide the screen? There's a bear. I might have to hide the screen. Did we still win? Well,
We could have taken those guards.
I'd rather you not get eaten by a bear.
nah. This Dragonborn cool. Lizard Folk's still great, but hey.
Need to find a way forward.
Hi. Stop, I'm not gonna touch you.
Give them a chance. You, get back!
If it were for me, you'd be overrun by goblins by now. I'll go where, please. Why? What's so special down there? I'm not looking for trouble. Can you just let me by? Ignore them and proceed. Yeah, I'll go for the first one and see what I can do. I have a bargaining chip.
Keep back! Force my hand and I'll show you its claws.
A moment, Giorna.
What? Oh, I understand. You. Apparently Korga wants to see you. Go ahead.
I'll kill you right now. Jeez. Fucking face, dude. Yeah, watch me then. Too much gore? I don't know. Are you telling me that Divinity the Original Sin 2 doesn't have blood as well? No way. I mean, maybe the bug at first is a little scary to me. But I think being able to play as a Dragonborn in this game and experience a different story and actually play D&D is like a big win to me, since I never get to experience D&D in real life. Since I don't know how to start. Where's Koga? Can you shut the fuck up, for you? But I wanted to block a screen because of a bear. Well, seems like someone doesn't know the joke.
Ah, my good friend. You were at the gates just now, no? When the goblins came? You saw them up close? A few questions, if you please. There's no overstating my interest.
Okay, what's up? And there's no overstating my disinterest. I've got no time for questions. Fine, ask your questions. What's up?
Glory. Now then, how would you describe that particular batch of goblins? Size, nature, distinguishing qualities?
You search your mind, successfully recalling various details of goblin behavior.
Nice. Give an exact description. They were goblins, same as all the others, lowly and vile. A classic raid gang, complete flash and smashing of booyah. Booyah. Didn't you see the tentacle ship? It was an illicit invasion force. The goblins were being controlled. Oh shit, let's not lie about that. Alright, I'll give an exact description. Ask and you shall get, alright?
Goblins were of a rare, jam-colored hue and wielded magic blowguns.
What?
And the dragon they had marching in the rear, was it of the brass or silver variety?
Did they even have a dragon? It was brass, no doubt about it. I think it's a bit misunderstanding. What do you want exactly? Dragon? There was any dragon? Yeah, that's the thing. Dragonborn, a brass or silver dragon would die a million deaths before allying with goblins. But neither. It was a gold dragon, scales glittering and wings gleaming. Dragons, really? How gosh. How gosh. You know, I'll speak as a Dragonborn this time because that's, I don't know. I just like to speak as a Dragonborn.
Witnesses noticed a red dragon marching at rear.
This guy's just fucking living in his own fantasy.
Last question, then you'll be quite free. Did the attackers rally to the absolute when they fell upon the gates.
Yep, they called the name like a war cry. Quite so, they sang the first like battle hymn. Yeah, just be a bard to bard talk, I guess.
They did, didn't they? Oh, curious. Oh, curious indeed. I've interrogated one, a captive in this very camp. She reports they've abandoned their god Maglabiat in favor of someone called the Absolute. The scandal!
Oh, you mean the one that died? You mean the one that died? Oh, oops. The goblin superstition, not worth the ink and parchment. Hold your tongue. Bart, dramatic. How has Maglabiat responded?
Oh, I'd imagine him quite displeased.
I found a soulmate.
Since their change in allegiance, these goblins are informed by a kind of strategy anathema to their kind. I, for one, intend to get to the bottom of it. I'm just preparing to head to their camp as we speak, in fact. If you'll excuse me, I ought not to door roar.
Be careful, goblins are known for mercy. Wait, about our conversation earlier, why the dragon? Why the dragon? Why brought you here the ones the first? Why the dragon? I need to know.
My friend, every story benefits from a dragon.
True.
Until we meet again.
Okay, you know what? That's a really good point. Take notes, everyone. Dragon, every single thing benefits by having a dragon.
Yes, I see.
Period. Okay? Have a dragon in anything, I'll be there. I'll be there. Okay, which one of you is Korga? Are you Korga? No, you're Topaz. Unless Korga is a bear. You Korga? No, you're a Tuffet. Who, where, what is a Korga? Excuse me? Oh wait, we have a trader here. Wait, you are a trader?
Pardon me, I must prepare to travel. Good day, my friend.
Where are you heading?
To the goblins camped nearby, of course. I've been tracing their doings with great care. Whoever this absolute they're worshipping might be, I'll be the first to write about it.
Alright.
I went grocery shopping today. At the opposite side of the street, there was a dragon, towering above every house in miles. I bought some bread, some pasta, some water bottles, paid. Then I went home.
Wait, that's it? Oh my god, that is really... That's a dragon though! Look at that, see? I told you, everything with dragon just sounds much better. Even a story as mundane... Even something as mundane as going to shopping is made fun with dragons. Am I right or am I right? Yeah, every story benefits from dragons. Yeah, true. Yeah, very.
Have you lost your senses, Koga? Release her.
Uh-oh. Shniku!
Please. I'm sorry.
This is madness, Koga. She's just a...
A what, Wrath? A thief? A poison? A threat? I will imprison the devil. And I will cast out every stranger.
A death viper. You've milked their poison before. A single drop of it could kill that child in a heartbeat.
Great, we need that for matters. We need that for matters. Thief, poison. What's this girl's actual crime? Imprison her? She's just a child. Do nothing. Well, if a guard outside say you want to see me, here I am.
We will speak soon enough. First, judgment must be passed.
What does she do?
Parasite eats our food, drinks our water, then steals our most holy idol in thanks.
Oh, that's...
Wrath, lock her up. She remains here until the rite is complete.
Oh.
And keep still, devil. Tila is restless.
Oh, the snake is so cool though.
We took back the idol. Surely...
Do it.
The snake's hiss of approval reveals its intentions. Should the child struggle, it is poised to strike. The death of a child. A timeless tragedy that
Oh no, it's a dark urge. Oh no, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, it's a dark urge. Oh god. Flicker eyes on the exit so the child would try to run. Oh my god, that's so fucked up. That's so fucked up. Your mind wants the snake to kill the child. Oh my god, the dark urge, it's so fucked up. Yeah, snap out of it. My heart doesn't. Save the child. Save the child, fine, yeah.
Her life matters more than satiating your dark fantasies. You focus, and they're gone. But clearly this child's life is in danger.
Yes. Nature, don't druids cherish harmony? Joining a girl disrupts nature's balance. Nature? -1 for intelligence, okay. Persuasion, release her, I'll see that she stays out of trouble. Monk and persuasion. You act rashly, as a cornered viper would. Free the child, or more tiefling will interrupt you. Bard, persuasion. Sylvanus was more concerned with nobly sown seeds than punishing children, was he not? Oh shit. Bringing gods into here, huh? Damn. I assume Sylvanus because they... I assume Sylvanus is a god because the he is capitalized. In the forest stream, beavers built grand dams. One beaver, Oliver, craved adventure and heard of a stunning waterfall upstream. There was also a dragon. Sitting atop the dam, doing nothing. With permission, he journeyed there, awed by its beauty. Upon return, he balanced adventure and family, inspiring others. The beavers thrived, living happily near the majestic waterfall. Yeah, honestly, me too, but I think a monk here would do, actually. Kinda? I can recall for what reason. Oh, maybe we should know like what's happening inside, like prepare to attack. Maybe if we know what's happening in Kolga's mind, we can actually save the child. This might help. Let's try it. And I got a +2 from wisdom and +1 from jack of all trades. It just might work. 13? Okay, I mean. Hey, yo, the game's bugged. Didn't it say +2 from wisdom and now it's intelligence? The game's bugged. Game. Dev, look at this. It says wisdom and now it's intelligence. I got lied to. I'm dead. Yeah, I had a feeling. I'm gonna die. They're gonna say, you're trying to read my minds?
You intrude on the circle. You intrude on my mind.
Yeah.
More proof that outsiders must never be trusted.
Yeah. You know what? What she said? Fair. Very fair. Your snake is prepared to kill this child. Do you want her death on your hands? Intimidation. Imprisoning her empowers the refugees. Are you willing to risk insurrection? Persuasion. Let the child go so she can spread word of the others of your might. Say nothing. Prepare to attack. Intimidation proficiency. Okay. She's very unsure about that. Well, if someone were to intrude my mind, I would be very unchill as well. I'm gonna try intimidation. Let's hope she stands down. Advantage situational. Whoa, I got 2 dice? Advantage lets you roll 2 dice and take the higher result before adding modifiers. Wow! What if I get 2 once? Okay, thank God. Oh, we choose the biggest one.
It is as you say. Sifisif, Tila to me.
Sifisif.
Out, thief. My grace has its limits.
It hurts.
Uh-oh.
Thank you, Korga. Master Halsin...
Halsin isn't here. Keep his name off your tongue, lest Tila pierce it.
Why are you so on edge?
Oh no. I hate wolves.
Oh, that's why.
I know that look. You're wondering why I was in pain before. Let's just clear the air about that now. It's just an old wound that hurts me from time to time. Nothing to be concerned about. It's nothing to do with the tadpoles, at least, in case your imagination is in danger of getting away from you. It's just something I have to live with.
It's just an old wound that hurts me from time to time, nothing to be concerned about. So it's like some sort of PTSD that you see wolves, you're just terrified. And then dragon, then fire out of not hatred. Fire of love. Nothing to be concerned. Can I poke it? How badly does it hurt?
Quite a lot, if I'm being honest. But it always passes quickly, so I can manage.
We talk about this afterwards. That was you, Gale.
By letting that child escape without consequence.
That woman has more venom in her heart than a snake in its fangs. But at least the child is safe.
Gale doesn't like that.
Youth is not a time to be forgiven for one's transgressions.
Putting a child on display like that was monstrous. I'm glad we intervened. Forgiveness means nothing if she doesn't learn from her mistakes. Sounds like you have something to confess. Yeah, maybe Gale's past. Maybe Gale did something similar and experienced something similar. But honestly, my point, like, I would say putting a child on display was monstrous. I'm going to intervene, but forgiveness means nothing if she doesn't learn from her mistakes. This is like what I would say, 100%. What class is Markson? I'm monk and a bard.
Calm, let's cut the kid some slack, shall we? She didn't deserve this madcap spectacle as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, maybe. But still, it's what I would say. It's what I would feel. And Gale's pastime is full of secrets. Why am I shining? Oh, guidance, okay. Can read the thoughts of certain creatures while talking to them. Oh, that is why I can just read thoughts over and over. Oh, okay. Rats. Didn't I have talked to animals? Hi, rat.
The rat watches your movements but does not speak.
I believe I'm not looking at a rat, huh?
The rat doesn't respond. It simply bares its teeth.
Cute.
The rat glares at you, but says nothing.
Cute. Oh my god, it's a wolf! Oh my god, it's a best boy. Oh my god. It's a best wolf.
Another stranger come to vex me. What will you do? Hunt me? Grab my tail? Shout until my head hurts?
What? Relax, no one's here to hurt you. Who's been pestering you? I'll teach him a lesson. I just want to give you my smell. I'll leave you be. Who's been pestering? I'll teach them a lesson.
Silence. Your help is not required. Not by me, at least.
Okay, whatever.
Leave. You are not wanted here.
I mean, fair for a wolf to behave like that, I guess.
You did well to speak up for the girl. That snake is fickle. A tragedy prevented.
Then Koga seems dangerous. If I haven't spoken out, what would have happened? We know what would have happened, okay? I heard there's some sort of ritual going on. The Koga seems dangerous.
Well seen. Well spotted. We've let a snake replace our leader.
Ooh. Wait, Koga is not the girl, but the snake? Huh? But they called Snake off? They did if I hadn't speak up about the girl, don't I? Don't they? How did Koga take over the whole grove? Koga seems heavy to rule the rules. Who's your real leader?
Master Halsin. Perhaps Goblin caught, perhaps dead. He'd set Mistress Koga back in line. Hold her to task, stop this damned ritual. More will die if the rite is finished. So many more, sent into a world gone mad.
Oh, so it's only Koga that's like super dramatic about everything. If no one's looking for Halsin, I could do it. I'm looking for Nettie. Sounds like I better leave. I'm looking for Nettie.
Ah, I see. You will find her deeper in the caves.
You know what? I'll look for Halsin. Because someone says that Halsin can also help with the bug inside our head, right?
Would you? I would give anything to see Halsin return home.
I like a more solid offer than anything. You know what? Hey, no need to fret, I'll find him because they said Halsin can help with the Mind Flayer bug thing. So, yeah, I'll do it.
Sylvanus' blessing upon you, and my gratitude as well.
Okay.
Halsin is an elf with the presence of a bear. He left west with the adventurers. You won't mistake the first druid for anyone else.
Okay, cool. Do you like me now, Silver? Or do you still hate me for what I said to you?
That mural, they look like dark justiciars.
Leave. You are not wanted here.
Why did you just teleport? Oh, you mean this one? Oh, that's a cool looking thing. It's a penguin. It's a bird. As much as I want to continue playing, I think I have to stop here. It's 8 PM and I'm getting hungry. Burb! One thing I always have trouble with when doing main character is that the very demanding choices can just backfire. That, and also I just cannot... Like, I remember doing... let me save. I remember doing... the bad ending for all... The bad ending for all the angels with scaly winged dragons in there. And doing that hurts me more than anything. Like, I hated answering in, like... answering with bad answers. It's just so demeaning. And so unnecessarily mean sometimes. It just hurts me. Thank you so streaming. Hell yeah. All the religious wars. Yeah, maybe that too as well. Alright, let me become big. I am now big Kobo. Sounds like the stuff someone trapped in the loop would say out of boredom. Yeah, probably. Just like what the game would do. Just like what we're doing. Or what we would do. Lord, I am big Kobo. What do I want to listen to? You know, Baldur's Gate is kind of chill. Let's listen back to Street Fighter 6 music. This one. My stomach is grumbling. I'm sorry. I hope you guys didn't hear that. That was so loud. Oh my god. I am actually very hungry because the game, I really love the game now. Now that I can play as a Dragonborn, yeah, I would love to play this game a lot more. A lot more. Also, we never get to raid Merp. Lords like Jack, Jack 8. Let's raid Merp. We never really get a chance to raid Merp, and now we do. Raiding Schmorky. Honestly, I have no idea what that is. I must have missed something. It must have been a reference on his channel or something. Merp is good Kobo. Very nice Kobo, Merp. Yes, schmook. I don't. That word is so hard to pronounce. Schmoky. Moki. Speaking of Moki. Monkey just reminds me of Senior Bellows videos. Monkey.
Schmonky.
But what's with the O with like 2 dots on top? They must have a different pronunciation, no? Well, since I'm mega hungry, I'm probably just gonna... It does it wrong? Okay. Hey, Birdie, come here. I'm just gonna do things real quick, and I'm gonna go get myself dinner.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Schmoinky.
Moinky? Moinky? So is the O with double dot on top is more? Is O? Still wrong? Still yep. I have a Discord, I have socials, yeah. Good girl. Yeah, you know what? I'm happy. I'm happy to be a good girl. Hell yeah, I'll take it. I'm happy about it. All right, I'm not even gonna hide it this time. Yeah. Oh God.
Hey chat, did you know that in terms of kobold and dragon relations, Tylra is the most compatible kobold for dragons? It's true. Look at this pretty girl we got. She has horns. Yeah. I mean, you can do a lot of things with those horns. I mean, they're long. It looks like they're kind of rounded on the tips, you know. You could do a lot of things with them, like handlebars when you take your dragon boyfriend on and off a motorcycle. Instead of holding your waist, they could hold your horns.
Alright, I type in the raid. Droxen
is a good girl.
I'll cry. I will cry as a self-defense mechanism. Oh my god. Okay, I type in the raid. I'm ready to raid and I'm ready to eat some dinner. Gosh, I never felt this hunger in a long time, to be honest. Now my brain just doesn't work anymore. Big cry. There's no big cry, but there's crying. Kobo's already all schmuck. Get food. I will get food. Yes, definitely. Yeah. Tomorrow, Saturday. I kind of want to play more Baldur's Gate, to be honest. I'm gonna do a bit of a long play for Baldur's Gate. Get rest? Yeah. Are we using that raid message? But I don't know the reference. Get gate. Okay, I use the raid message. I type in the raid. Tomorrow, very high chance I'll be playing more Baldur's Gate 3. Herbal candy does about 10 calories per piece. I think you'll need somewhere between 50 and 100 for... Oh my god, I'm not gonna eat just candy for a meal. That's sad. That's so sad. I'd rather eat something more than a candy. Yeah, I would love to eat something more than a candy. I'm just hungry. My brain doesn't work anymore. Oh yeah, also like still I'm still thinking about the 1K follower stream. Like I'm still thinking about it. I have not forget about it. Like I said, once everything's settled down, I will try my best to sort of make it like a fun stream or something. I'll try my best. Yeah, I'll try my best. All right. But for now, yeah, it gives me some time to think about it. But at the same time, it just kind of like, it's kind of hard for me to like think about what to do when there's so much happening in real life currently. It's kind of sad, honestly. But yeah, all good. I'll think about it very goodly. I'll think about it very good. Look, my brain doesn't work anymore. Okay, I'm ready to raid. we can talk more about this next time, tomorrow or something. All right. But for now, I'm gonna go get myself some dinner. So before the raid, I want to say, can we restart raid? I will, thank you. Also, thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. Right, know that you guys all love, matter, and valid. Very valuable. Okay? And here comes the raid to burp. Boom. We're raiding kobolds. This one, right? Oh wait. Did we keep the typo in? Oh, raiding all of Schmonkey. I don't know what Schmonkey means, but I'll use this raid message. Oh, we're not keeping the... Okay. I'm not gonna keep the often. Like this is the new one. Okay. Boop. We're just spamming raid messages. I'm hungry, I cannot think anymore. I might need like a stream ending screen someday. But I don't know how to make one. I mean, I know how to make one, but I don't know what to make for the stream ending screen. I could make something similar like the stream starting screen probably, but I want something a little more.
Stream ending, stream ending, stream ending.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, see you guys tomorrow. Love y'all. Bye bye. Much love. Be safe. Smooches from Kobo. Put down the probably.
Stream ending, stream ending,
Oh my
stream
God.
ending.